boundaries. If you don't have healthy boundaries, you end up like that one fish in that children's storybook where everybody wants a shiny piece of his ass and he keeps giving it away until there's nothing left. Don't share the shiniest piece of your ass with people who don't deserve it. It's your ass, and you deserve it. And sharing is for communists. I know there's going to be some butt muncher in the comments that's going to say, oh, well, all of these relationships went bad, and that means you're the lowest common denominator, so all of this is actually your fault. And it's also because you have piercings, and you dress like a goth girl, and so you attract toxic men. Bro, shut up, please. I swear to God, the lowest common denominator actually wasn't me. The lowest common denominator was all of these men played MOBAs. Don't date people who play MOBAs. The guy says he plays Smite or...
Yep, there it is. Like, right. She's going to talk about it, too. Right? They play MOBAs. I don't. I couldn't play MOBAs. MOBAs are for bads who are casual.
The lowest common denominator was all of these men...
They play MOBAs, right? It's not even WoW, it's MOBAs.
MOBAs. Don't date people who play MOBAs. If a guy says he plays Smite or League of Legends or World of Warcraft or Overwatch...
World of Warcraft is not a MOBA.
Or anything like that, run. Girls, too. Girls can also be toxic. This is not a gender war thing. Anyway, that was my spooky story campfire lore drop, and I hope you learned something from it. And I hope...
Yeah, I did. I learned a lot. See, there it is, and this is one of the reasons why it's hard to date as a gamer, too. Because she's right. Gamers are fucking psychos. It takes a different personality to be good at killing other players. It takes a different form of hunting that's weird and kind of psychosocial. It's definitely an antisocial thing that doesn't really include others unless that person plays games with you. And playing games isn't living a real life or being out there dating or going somewhere or producing something or working or something. And so there's a lot of reasons not to date a gamer. You know, it's unfortunate.
Hope you stay safe out there in the dating world. YouTube wants me to work like a child in a sweatshop and slop out a video a week, but I ain't about to do that shit. So instead, there's like this new hype button somewhere, or at least there should be. Press it. It helps me take the time to make these videos at the quality that I want them to be. And you know, you can always also, you know, like, comment, subscribe, and you know, like, comment, subscribe. So, see you next time. Bye-bye. I love you. Say it back. I say that because my ex-husband used to not say it back on purpose as a punishment. So that's the lore on the catchphrase.
When Dune Awakening launched, it was entirely a surprise for me.
Look, this dude's way further than me, but it doesn't really look like his gameplay is much different from mine, and that's one of the reasons it was easy to lead the game.
I have been so absorbed with all things...
Yeah, like, he's way further than me. He has, like, probably 1,000 times what I've got, but it still looks like the same sort of boring gameplay a little bit.
V Rising for the past 6 months or so that I haven't been paying attention to any other games. But I love the Dune universe, and I love survival games, particularly games with PvP. So when I learned that Dune Awakening was going to be all 3 of those things, I was immediately interested. So after looking up a bit of info about it and watching some gameplay to confirm it's what I thought it was, I downloaded the game and was instantly immersed. The early game, however, feels very slow. You want to explore, but you have to walk everywhere. If you don't know about things like the wire and how to use the suspensor belts, it is a slog. But once you have your sand bike, the world starts to open up. Open world games that do this part correctly all have that incredible feeling of discovery and untapped adventure that keeps you thinking about the game constantly, even when you stop playing. And Dune Awakening was no exception to that. The worm threat on the open sand is spooky. The progression tiers feel meaningful, and
I didn't like
loot
it.
in general feels very important throughout each stage of the game. You're always going to
It looked good. I thought it looked good.
Areas,
Graphically,
and
I thought it was
later
fine.
areas as well. This
Mechanic-wise, I
makes the
thought it
gameplay
was
loop
weak.
of exploring the world, unlocking new things while working towards the end game feel very satisfying. Those first days
They
of
didn't feel
playing,
satisfying
the
to me
hours
at all.
Evaporated. Sure, there was some jank
Because you don't play Rust, you play a bad game like V Rising.
weird visual bugs, and yeah, the side
Rust is a bad game, but not because of the game, because of the people. Like, so yeah, like, you know, if you play Rust, you would understand. Like, this game is kind of inferior in a way. So is Conan Exiles.
quests generally feel like
They're not bad games. They run right at the gamut of bad. They're like that yellow medium of just right below, like right above. So they're like the greenish yellow medium of just a little bit above bad.
were phoned in at best, but none of that really mattered, particularly after I got my first ornithopter.
Now, notice he mentioned that it felt phoned in at best, and that's another thing that I felt. A lot of these mechanics, survival mechanics, I thought were like actually inferior to No Man's Sky, which has been out for 9 years. So it's weird to see them do inferior stuff to even No Man's Sky. You know? I like that you could use your materials from the boxes. That was cool. Yeah, I guess I'll put it in all of this in the starship, I guess. There's the hydrogen jelly, but it's too little. Condensed carbon. We're going to run the rest of the carbon.
Feeling of freedom you get is unreal. Suddenly,
Thank you,
nothing around the map feels out of reach. And
Kamikaze Short Bus for the excellent
Well,
content for my
Zelda
stream. I'd like to
hasn't
sub to your
always
channel.
been-
When Dune Awakening launched, it was entirely a surprise for me. I have been so absorbed with all things V Rising for the past 6 months or so that I haven't been paying attention to any other games. But I love the Dune universe and I love survival games, particularly games with PvP. So when I learned that Dune Awakening was going to
Maybe
be
he does
all
play
3
Rust.
of those things, I was immediately interested. So after looking up a bit of info about it and watching some gameplay to confirm it's what I thought it was, I downloaded the game and was instantly immersed. The early game, however, feels very slow. You want to explore, but you have to walk everywhere. If you don't know about things like the wire and how to use the suspensor belts, it is a slog. But once you have your sand bike, the world starts to open up. Open world games that do this part correctly all have that incredible feeling
That does not appeal to me. Not even like the Rust motorcycle does. This motorcycle looks like it sucks, and it looks like it's boring.
of discovery and untapped adventure
I just plain don't care for that motorcycle.
that keeps you thinking
It
about
looks
the
way too slow, like Once Human slow.
game constantly. even
No,
when
slower than Once Human.
you stop playing. And Dune Awakening was
And it also implies this terrible mechanic of you're essentially like whack-a-mole. You're just running out on the desert so the worm can eat you, and I don't like that either.
no
The motorcycle would bring in the games. Sorry, in the Dune universe, the motorcycle would absolutely bring the worm. So, which is how the game is too. But like, you would die. In the Dune universe, if you were to ride a motorcycle across that dune without like several days of preparation and some plans and some friends to back you up, and probably a distraction like an explosion nearby or something like that, as I recall, you won't live. If you were to try to take a motorcycle in the original Dune Awakening, or sorry, not Dune Awakening, but Dune universe, you wouldn't live.
exception to that.
The worm will get you. The worm will just go hop, swallow you really quickly.
Threat on the open sand is spooky. The progression tiers feel
I didn't think it was. I think it probably will later when you're like fixing to lose your entire fucking set.
meaningful and loot in
Losing your entire set in a PvE game is fucking miserable.
general feels very important.
Like, one of the things I didn't mind about PvP and Rust that much is you usually do it with like crossies and nail guns and revolvers and double barrels and stuff, all T1 stuff that you can produce out of your drawers pretty much. You don't need to go farm or make, or maybe a SAR or something, right? Later on it just became all AKs as they raided each other, but for a while there the weapons actually felt right for, you know, so like if you lost your kit, it didn't make you cry. If I were to get eaten by a worm in this game, I would be fucking furious.
Stage of the
because I mean, like, why? What's the point? What's the point of losing your entire set?
Always gonna need
and the vehicle, probably.
Something from the earlier areas.
Like, that motherfucker probably catches you.
In the later areas.
Especially if you do this.
Makes the gameplay loop
if you do what you just did.
World, unlocking new things while working towards the end game feel very satisfying.
I disagree. Honestly, No Man's Sky is more boring than that game is in terms of its like day-to-day gameplay. And it definitely is still, I think, like more attractive to me. It's weird. Like, this game did not draw me in like I wanted to play it again.
Hours evaporated.
Replayable. I didn't have that experience with this game at all. It felt like a slog the entire time I was playing it.
Sure, there was some jank and weird visual bugs, and yeah, the side quests generally feel like they were phoned in.
It felt like also the gameplay loop was going to be repeated over and over and over again, and running around the side of like canyons looking for stuff on the ground wasn't that entertaining to me.
But none of that really mattered, particularly after I got my first.
Or maybe you're just taking a bike to a monument, I guess. But yeah, but the combat wasn't good enough.
Freedom you get is unreal. Suddenly, nothing.
No, I don't know. Not like Rust or even this game, No Man's Sky. I don't know. I think the freedom in Rust is more, because you have like, you know, the tugboat, a boat, even even a wakeboard. You have like you know, in a tube. You have like, you know, you have rivers and stuff that you can go down with the boats. You have like trains and motorcycles, and like, yeah, and like this game felt very limited, and I didn't even need to get to the fucking ornithopter to understand how limited it felt.
Thing around the map, it feels.
Now you could probably have like 5 different vehicles, and that part of it is cool, but I still don't think it's like that cool.
Reach and
this building did not speak to me at all. Like, I don't think this form of building speaks to me correctly. It's weird. Like, this form of building, like the way that No Man's Sky builds, I thought Once Humans building was actually like fun and worth doing, but these two games like Dune Awakening and No Man's Sky, the building to me in these games is almost strictly like utility. That's it. Like, the only things I have down is the stuff that I need. And so when I build a ship, I'll have an understanding of what I need to be able to fit into a ship. But it's looking like if I build a ship, I'll probably just do a 2x2, a 1x2, and like run it down like these 2 tiles here, like this side left, this side right, and that's what I'm gonna do for a ship. And then I'm gonna put a fucking cockpit on the front of it, and I'm gonna put 4 wings like the Futurama ship, because that's what I think a perfect ship is. It's like a rocket with four wings, you know. And so, and that way you can steer left and right very easily, and I will try that design and stuff. And that to me is more entertaining than anything Dune has to offer, because I can make the ship myself. Same as, like, you know, Rust's vehicles are kind of inferior, except for the tugboat, which did take a lot of my time. I probably sank like 400 hours into tugboat gameplay, because having a mobile base is really fun, like genuinely is, especially in a PvP game where you can like use it tactically to stay alive. Even if they do raid you offline when you're down and they cheat and figure out where you are, it doesn't matter. Like, it's still fun gameplay even if you do lose the tugboat. It was a new wipe recently. I could play some Rust, but I mean, I don't know. I don't want to play Rust. I know how toxic it is.
But
look how toxic it was last time. Plus, he keeps using that Gruber map, which does drop frames, and it's annoying to me. Rust should not feel as frame lossy as it is lately on that server.
Lord is easily
the other server is frame lossy too.
After farming
the game Rust is frame lossy now. That Unity engine is not doing so well. I like the engine, but it's not an amazing engine. It's been beaten into shape.
The last tier of
this engine was a good engine, I would say. It was pretty solid. I didn't really think it had any issues, really. But then I had DLSS. I think people that don't have that might disagree with me, maybe. The game was kind of a chonker in terms of frames, Dune Awakening. So I don't know. I'm gonna go take a velociraptor and use it to kill things. Oh, my phone is ringing. Maybe I have to go do something. Oh, the Fairhaven Vision Clinic. Uh-oh. Velociraptor. I have an eye doctor's appointment on Monday morning. It's fucking annoying. Hello? Oh. Oh, I thought I had her. Oh, hello? Oh, I don't hear you. Oh, there we go. Sorry. I can hear you now. Hey, I'm sorry to bug you. I'm calling because Fairhaven Vision Clinic called to remind me that I have an appointment at 9 a.m. in the morning on Monday. And which reminds me that I am down to my last box of contacts, and I usually try and keep at least 2, if not 3. And so I don't know, budgetary wise, if you want to order contacts while I'm there or not. I'm warning you, budget wise, that it might be something coming up. You want to buy them at Costco? Okay, so we'll deal with that later then. Then I have nothing else for you. Sorry. What's up? Sorry, I am muted. I don't want this advanced mining laser, so annoying.
Technology recharge.
I wish it wouldn't default to the fucking emote menu. It's so dumb. It's weird how the ones on top have like slats, but the one on the bottom doesn't. Did I do different walls? I didn't think I did, but I guess I did, huh? That's weird how you can see out that, but not the bottom one. What's the difference between these?
Really mattered, particularly after I got my first ornithopter. The feeling of freedom you get is unreal. Suddenly, nothing around the map feels out of reach, and every single spot you hadn't fully explored is easily accessible. After farming up the last tier of mats in Haga Basin, which is the main map, it's time to take your ornithopter to the final zone with the highest tier of materials and recipes, the Deep Desert. To briefly explain the Deep Desert, it's a separate map set up in a 9x9 grid that is almost exclusively PvP that all sieges or layers of a particular server share. It has the highest tier of resources, the rarest recipes, and a ridiculous amount of that sweet spice sand. The map wipes every week, but build costs are halved, so you're incentivized to build a base every week, make the most expensive refineries, and
but the building sucks. The building sucks. I don't want to be subjected to that building beyond what I just did already.
You can get
hey, look, those buildings suck. They're not interesting at all.
In-game gear and materials much cheaper, much more easily, and much faster. To put the resources available into perspective, a single spice bloom on the main map of Haga Basin is around 300 to 400 spice sand. A spice crater in the Deep Desert has tens of thousands of spice sand to farm. As someone who enjoys PvP
That's
in virtually all games I play, this was the thing I was working towards the most, and the guild I joined was full of seasoned PvPers from both V Rising and other survival or PvP oriented.
Yeah, I haven't looked at V Rising. You know, I bought V Rising, but I didn't like the premise. I didn't like the sunlight, and I didn't like the camera. I wonder how V Rising is doing in 25. Let's go see.
Is V Rising still worth playing in 2025?
No.
Let's find out. V Rising's early access was
At least it's got a better camera than Diablo.
released back in May of 2000.
But boy, that camera looks fucking
2022.
terrible. Fucking terrible.
Since then, it went through massive changes, ranging from weapon.
It's a game for people who want something deeper, who want like building in a MOBA. Yeah, they want like building in a MOBA. I have 2 bunnies, which isn't good. But I'm not sure it matters. I could heal him. I suppose it's an appropriate time to do that. I could familiar him. I not only can take one mob, I can take two if they don't AoE me to death. Ah, August 19th, huh? Oh, I'm at 9.1. Nice. I guess one of those... Or two... did the LSI sell? Yeah, the LSI sold, huh? Nice. Oh. Get on him. I think I'll probably be able to heal him again. I don't want another bunny link. I'm going to bring him over here. Or just let the Velociraptor fight him. I get some nice heals here. Just wait for the rabbit to come hit me or something. You could just live in this world forever. I think I probably will. I'll just like live on this world forever because it feels like it's an endless game, and that's good. That's what I need. I need an endless game. Lots of ferrite dust. I have to sit here. You're back. Let's summon a sheep. Oops.
Technology recharge.
Games. We were ready to start farming both people as well as in-game recipes and materials. And this is where the story takes a turn for not only the worse, but the confusing, annoying, game-breaking, buggy, and arguably the unplayable. First and foremost, this game has serious issues with PvP balance and their PvP philosophy in general, but let's cover what I would consider to be absolutely inexcusable issues that should cause everyone to think twice before buying and supporting this game or any project this company has worked on. So you've played PvE games before, you've played PvP games, but what about the fabled PV game dev genre? The type of game where on top of all the actual gameplay and progress and effort you have to put into the game, you're constantly trying to outthink the garbage level development issues and bugs that permeate throughout nearly every core aspect of the game. The type of bugs that can set you back dozens, if not hundreds, of hours of playtime, all while the game developer shrugs and says, "Sorry." I'm talking, if you complete a quest with a full inventory, the quest unique reward will drop on the floor and despawn if you get too far away. There are items that are currently one-time only items that you can lose without knowing this is a thing, as the game does not tell you or notify you. I'm talking getting DC'd or having the game outright crash when you are crossing a map border in a rapid succession, so like something in the deep desert. Or when you fly to a town to complete a main story quest, you can lose your ornithopter outright entirely when you travel back, and there is no recourse to get it back other than farming up another one and making it again. But if you think those things are bad, I experienced way worse than that at the end of the game. So as an example, here is a friend of mine, a buddy of mine in the guild. He was the one who formed the guild, named Chris. So go check out his Twitch. Shout out Chrisandria on Twitch. Awesome guy, great streamer. Go and follow him, show him some love. This is from a different POV of another guildie, Civil Spectre, and I'll link his YouTube in the description. One of our incursions into the deep desert, he crossed over one of those borders. This caused him to lag out of his ornithopter, and whenever he lagged out, he fell down, and the ornithopter kept flying into the next grid. The issue is that a person on foot can't cross one of those borders. You can only cross in an ornithopter if you're flying. So he could not reach his ornithopter. He then got, because he was in the middle of nowhere, got eaten by a worm, which lost him his entire inventory of gear he'd been
And this is why I don't want to play
over
Dune.
100 hours, many of which...
Gee, what do I do all the time? What do I do all the time? I go AFK playing the other 3 to 5 games I've got running or whatever, 3 games. And so what do you think's going to happen in Dune? I knew it too. When I was running across the Dune, I was like, how long till I get a phone call from my elderly parent who demands that I show up? How long till I get, like somebody killing me in some other game or EVE Online? I'm getting a gank on EVE Online and I look away. And the last, 3 days of work gets eaten up by some sand dune worm. So then I'm out farming again, trying to get the sets that I lost, right? Or I dump all my mats into sets and I have a new set. But then I go back out and I'm immediately eaten by a worm again. And that's where I'm going to quit the game. I can save my... I know that's where I'm going to quit the game. The second time it happens, too soon to the first time, that's when I leave the game. And I know it's going to happen to me. Just like hardcore games, that's one of the things that was about Dune, is they didn't want you going AFK out there on the dunes. So, and that's something I was like, oh, as far as AFK people goes, I actually know. I can tell you directly that I know that Dune is not friendly to AFK. It is if you're in the base. It's not otherwise, and I know the difference. Man, condensing stuff takes a long time in this game. I didn't really know what I was signing up for. But I don't mind it. I find it addictive, and it's not a bad gameplay loop. It enables me to feel less guilty about alt-tabbing. I want to kill goblins, I guess. I want to stay away from goblins. You won't sit? Oh, because I'm on the wrong one. There we go. Magnetized ferrite, silicate, condensed carbon, carbon.
quest unique items I mentioned that there is currently no other way of obtaining and are limited to a single item. He created a ticket because clearly you just lost like so much effort in this game by all of this happening. Your entire loadout is gone and nothing happened. This was extremely disheartening for obvious reasons. Another example was in my experience. A couple days later, I was flying the guild Salt Ornithopter to a mining base. This thing is significantly more expensive than a regular Scout Ornithopter. Like the many other times, multiple times before this, I landed the Ornithopter on top of the base so I could load it up the inventory. This time, however, whenever I exited the Ornithopter, it started bouncing up and down on the back of the base. Before I could think any more though, it did a backflip off of the base down into some rocks where it promptly sunk into the mountain. To this day, it's still sitting there. I created a ticket, waited for a response, and got a generic auto response that linked me to a FAQ that effectively said, yep, sorry, it's gone, nothing we can do about it. This thing took hours of farming to get, and at the time was extremely expensive to
Yeah, and I get scared of this about janky games.
us. And we
I get scared of this with janky games. It's like you can lose so much time. And I did see some jank there a bit.
effectively just got the middle finger. Also, this isn't
The combat
even
wasn't that good.
the only vehicle that's gotten stuck in the map for us alone. Another friend lost my sand bike that I had that I lent him originally simply by driving on moderately uneven terrain. This list only scratches the surface of issues that have happened constantly to us. But all of these things are a bump in the road.
Oh, I'm sure.
When compared
I'm fucking
to
sure.
the inexcusably insane server issues in the deep desert that have caused dozens of people to lose all of their progress with no resolution or compensation or fix from the devs. Story time. The first week after launch, my guild farmed as much as we possibly could in the deep desert. And when we went to break our base down, because again, it wipes at the end of every week, the passage from the deep desert to the main map of Haga Basin was bricked, and we all just sat in a loading screen for over an hour with no luck getting either in or out of it. Eventually, we were able to find a workaround out of the desert, but we couldn't get back into the desert. And since we had so many materials to transport because of all the different stations we crafted, all of the materials we'd farmed, there was no way to transport it all in a single trip. We stayed up until around 4 a.m. trying to get back into the deep desert, and eventually the developers came out and said they would just be pausing the deep desert wipe for all of NA for one day. Pretty brutal, kind of annoying that we had to stay up all that late, but hey, at the end of the day, we got our stuff out. Fast forward to the next week. During this week, we farmed all of the materials needed for currently the most expensive vehicle in the game, a carrier ornithopter. We also farmed up a sand crawler with very expensive, unique parts on it. And finally, we farmed up a large spice refinery, the best possible refinery in the game for spice. These three things are some of the most expensive things that you can possibly get in this game, by the way. This is the end game infrastructure you're working towards in this game. And once you're there, you are going to be filthy rich. So wipe day rolls around, and there's about 7 hours left until the desert wipes. So we head out to the deep desert, and it looks like most people value their sleep, and they've already pulled everything out. We have plenty of time for one last spice run. Before we break our base down. Yeah, the carrier, the sand crawler, everything was set up. We hadn't used it yet, and we thought 7 hours, that's plenty of time. We can do one run really quickly. We'll come back, and we'll bring everything out. We find a barely touched spice crater, and we bring out the sand crawler and the carrier, and proceed to farm 70,000 spice sand in 20 minutes. This was our first huge payday, and we were insanely hyped. We were like just thinking about all the different things, maxed out gear on all our ornithopters, new weapons, whatever. We were thinking about, it was amazing. So as we're flying back, we see a message in global chat that says, anyone else stuck at the wall and can't get out of the deep desert? So we see that and think, oh, here we go again.
They've got 20,000 pounds of spice or something. Oh no.
It's just like last week. And we head back to
Did they get their big payoff after all their work? Oh no. My god, that white mage is geared. Serenity Ring, Geist, Holy File, Penitent Healers, and Nobles. Nobles Crown, or Stuff.
Base, we start trying to get out, and just like the week before, we're stuck at the wall. So we sit at the wall for a while, but our ships are idling there. Whenever you're idling in your ship, it destroys your wings and drains your fuel. So we think, okay, well, this is stupid. Let's just go back to the base and set it up and get it ready to move everything out. So if the server gets fixed, we can just go ahead and take everything out. We still have plenty of time. It was like 5 hours or so left until the server wipes. No big deal. We get back to the base, we set everything up, and then we check Discord, and there are multiple tickets being created for the same issue. Some from other North American servers that had been stuck there for 12 hours already. So far,
this is how the Mortal 2 launch went. Sandboxes are a disaster. They always have like terrible problems. The Quinfall launch was just insane. That was a sandbox, and like it was so buggy and fucked up. But yeah. I have a lot of carbon. You steal from rabbits? I don't think you can, huh? Oh, you can? Oh, it's hair meat? Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Free money.
A week before. We stay up for a while, just in case, but eventually decide...
Homicidiot.
Look, there's no point, just like last week. I mean, this is exactly the same thing that happened last week, so they'll just hold off wiping the server, right? Right?
Technology recharge.
Wrong. In the morning, we get on to check, and the server wipe went through. We check Discord, and there's no response from the devs anywhere on any of the North American server issues. There was an OCE server that got rolled back due to some issues they had, so we figured, okay, well that's annoying, but at least we won't be totally screwed, we'll just get our servers rolled back. And then the entire day goes by without a single update from a game developer, until finally a community manager responds with this. Yeah, I hate being the bearer of bad news, but unfortunately there doesn't seem to be much we can do for folks who couldn't escape the deep desert this cycle because of the issue. It's a top priority and should be resolved before the next storm. Sorry. Not only did we lose the 70,000 spice sand, we essentially lost
70,000 spice sand.
Not 2, but
3 ornithopters.
Weeks of
3
guild
weeks.
Regression. All of the expensive
and you left the game
we had for ore and spice.
Yeah,
gone.
And this is why I don't want to play this game.
The advanced fabricators for the highest tier of vehicles, weapons, and armor, gone. Thousands upon thousands of other materials.
This is why I don't go hard anymore. I don't ever go hard. Because I know what'll happen.
Multiple in-game vehicle setups, gone completely. Carrier, it's gone. I mentioned there are massive issues with PvP philosophy as well as other things just with PvE in the game, but even if the PvP was top tier, how am I supposed to justify playing this game
It
when
wasn't.
through no fault of my own, I can randomly lose dozens
it's like a low rent rust or something. It's dumb. It's not very good.
or hundreds of hours of progress with no solution or resolution from the devs. My server was locked into the deep desert for more than 8 hours, and other servers were locked in.
This was how mad I was at Mortal 2. I had this experience with Mortal 2 for the first 33 days. And notice I'm saying days, real life days. The launch of Mortal 2, it was down for 33 days. Mirland, the main whole point of the game, the big continent, it was down for 33 real life days, and we went fucking crazy. I torched the game. I was like, I don't believe you should be successful. I still sort of don't. And I forgot about how bad that made me feel. That I was furious. I was in the Discord screaming with all these other angry fucking toxic nerds. And I was just like, I can't believe you subjected me to this sort of treatment. And I was like, I'm never going to really respect you ever again. I was saying things like that.
After over 170 hours of making the spice flow on Arrakis, I've come to the conclusion that the endgame might actually have been intentionally designed to be toxic. And it actually
Gee, you
has
think?
very little to do with the fact that the endgame experience has a whole lot of PvP in it. No, it's actually something a bit less obvious and more insidious. It's surrounding the way that relationships, guilds, the faction system, and bases are intentionally set up by the developers
And
based off of some of
bases.
the questions they answered for me in a recent...
My god, these guys get like 305,000 subscribers by just like making some footage in a game, having the AI write a script, and then just delivering it. And I could do the same thing, but I don't want the AI writing my script or anything.
slew of questions I sent to them over Discord. Let me try to do my best to explain here. Now, if you guys don't know much about the endgame for Dune Awakening, it's centered around the Deep Desert, which is this much bigger...
I don't, you know, it's weird because there's been this, like, urging of discussion between the Discord, well, not the Discord, but the, you know, like this urging of discussion between devs and players. But I actually kind of discourage that. I think it makes sense when they're asking, when they're making a new game, like, what do we want? And I think they should do focus groups and stuff, and definitely game testers and stuff, mostly game testers that they actually listen to. But I don't think that the community, the players, I don't think they should be talking to the devs. I think it poisons the devs. I know that sounds crazy. I don't want the devs talking to the players, honestly.
The game, that's separate from...
I don't know why I feel that way. I think because the fact that they aren't each other, like I think if the dev starts to talk to the audience, the dev becomes the audience, and then you lose your vision. You get me? It's the best games that we have are visions. They weren't this thing that was trying to feed like the audience.
PvE basin, where you're doing most of the quest line.
If you look back at Grand Theft Auto, you could see how they might have been a little bit scared that they wouldn't be successful.
And story. It's a 500 square kilometer area of open sand and rock islands, rich in spice and the worms that produce it. But not all of the Deep Desert is PvP any longer like it was in the beginning. Now it's split half PvE and half PvP, with the most valuable stuff being in the PvP section, which is the northmost, deepest part of the desert. But it's not just about collecting spice. The focus is actually surrounding what's called the Landsrad, which is a group of houses in the universe of Dune that you perform tasks for in order to basically do a bingo card sheet across where you will win the week as either Atreides.
Why is it
or
always a
Harkonnen,
bingo
depending on
card
which
sheet?
faction you've aligned yourself with. The winning faction gets to vote depending on
Who
how
the
much
fuck
voting
plays
power
bingo?
their guild has on which type of benefit they want to have that week. And they get 3 random benefits. It could be a percentage off of armor or exclusive armor from the Emperor, or it could be even a big boost in experience to get all of your teammates up to a higher level, making them a little bit more powerful the following week against the other faction. Now, based off of what the developers have said and what I've personally experienced, it's clear that a lot of this endgame experience is meant to be played with a group of friends. Now, you can do it solo, and there are people out there even running entire operations by themselves using a sandcrawler, which is insane. But generally speaking, you need to go into the deep desert with support if you want to get out alive, because you're often going to run into other players if you're going into the more valuable area. But not even that, the Dungeon-esque testing stations, which are primarily PvE focused, are also designed around groups, as trying to go in there solo will often get you killed if you go up against a wave type of testing station where they keep sending higher and higher, more OP NPCs against you until you die. But there's a pretty big caveat to this. There is friendly fire, except for the people within your party, which is limited to 4. It is possible to accidentally kill members of your guild or even members of your faction, and it's very hard to identify who's who, especially given that you're able to wear the skin.
It sounds like a mess.
If you're able to find out,
You can't
how
tell
to
what
unlock
faction
it,
they
which
are.
a lot of people have done. And when asked whether or not this was intentional game design, they came back to me with yes, indeed, they want the opportunity for people to betray you. So This is the first sign that the endgame is designed to be a bit toxic, but this is not the only one. So this is a small but important part. Now, there is a good part of doing it this way, and that's to prevent zerging. If there was no friendly fire and everybody was in the same party, it's possible for you to overpower other groups of people just by numbers, and if you played EVE Online, you'll know that it becomes very much a numbers game as opposed to a game about skill and tactics, which is not a lot of fun for smaller groups of people. So it does require a lot more coordination between teammates in order to make sure people aren't shooting each other. And as an effect, it does in fact stop zerging from happening too much, though it can still happen. And honestly, this isn't the part that I'm most concerned about. I actually get this part of the game design. The part that's just a little bit confusing is how we're supposed to align ourselves with a faction, but in the end game experience, it really doesn't matter at all, because you're just shooting everybody on sight anyway. There's no benefit or downside to shooting members of your own faction. If you're able to get more voting power in the week for the Landsrad to choose what you want of the three options, it doesn't necessarily give you any more unique power over the other guilds within the faction anyway. So it's a bit of a strange cognitive dissonance for this game's design to have factions, but have factions that don't matter. But that's not inherently toxic, it's just a strange design choice. Alright, now we meandered a little bit, but this is all I think important context for the next thing I want to talk about, which is to do with guilds and the way that permissions and bases are all set up. So a big and very important part of the endgame experience is base building. You need to be able to build a forward operating base within the desert every single week in order to return your spice to and start processing it. And generally, these bases need to be filled with all tier 6 equipment, at least the tier 6 processor for spice, because it's the most efficient for getting the most spice out of the sand that you harvest. And because the deep desert requires a lot of group play and these Mark 6 items are so expensive, the design of the game seems to be centered around you working together to build this stuff and using the base together in order to process it together. And a little bit more context here as well. Well, parties are limited to 4. The size of a guild can be up to 32. So 32 people are presumably supposed to be working together in the deep desert to collect spice or do other various activities. And it works like you might expect. The guild is set up with permission systems so that you can have guild members, officers, and owners so that, you can separate general members from people you trust to be able to recruit people and have access to the guild's coffers. And bases too are set up in a similar tiered fashion. Through the access council of your base, you're able to set permissions based on a number of levels. You can go from public, where anybody can get in your base, all the way to just co-owner or just yourself, with presumably the idea being that you can allow access to some things for the guild, but restrict valuable items from the majority so that things that are really important don't just go missing. At least that would be the assumption you might make. That's certainly the assumption that I made based off the way that the system's designed, but the way it actually plays out doesn't work that way at all. So here's the first problem. Now, if you go into any of your items inside of your base, any of your equipment, your manufacturers, or your processors, you'll notice that you can set up circuits. And this allows you to say what goes into a thing and what comes out of a thing. So if you've got a box and you want to make sure that you only deposit sand in there and it produces spice, and then that spice goes into a separate box, you can say have input come from circuit 1 from the drop down menu and output go to circuit 2. It's like a really basic satisfactory type of system where instead of conveyor belts, you're just using a drop down menu to select where things are coming from and where things are going. It sounds pretty simple and a good way to organize your base, right? But here's the big issue. If you give any level of access to a refinery or a processor to a member of your guild or a party or a friend, even though they don't have access to, say, storage boxes with valuable equipment in it, there is no way to stop them from going to the drop-down menu, guessing which circuit the valuables are on, and just processing out the materials they want to steal from your base. So say they can go into the spice refinery, and even though they don't have access to the spice, they can change the input and output to get the melange to go where they want it to go and start stealing the stuff directly from your base. Or say, for example, you only want to allow people to process spice or to repair equipment or to produce, new items that you may lose in the deep desert, like dispenser belts. If you unlock that and you lock all of the access to the valuables that create those items, you can still just keep producing valuable items over and over again and then break them down and get those items out anyway. So again, to reiterate here, regardless of how you set up guild permissions or permissions for your base, if you share access to any refinery, anything that makes stuff or stores stuff, there is a way to get all of the stuff from your base out of it because of the way that you can swap circuits around. And here's the real kicker. If you've played the game before and you've noticed the loading screen, you might have noticed the little tips it pops up on the bottom. And one of those tips actually says that there's an activity log you can go to find out if your base has gone missing and a vehicle's gone missing. Like, you can find out who has actually done the destruction and perhaps taken the thing that has gone missing. But you can't actually track who's done anything in your base. There is no log for who's taken things from or deposited things into your base. So there's activity logs for everything else, but not for that. Now, when I asked them about this little loophole and this problem with the circuit system in the game's design, the response I got back is that this is an intentional gameplay design and they have no plans to adjust the permission system or the log system in order to be able to track who's taking what and who's depositing what. And again, this comes back to their idea that they want people to be able to betray you. And I've got an idea where this is coming from. If you've ever heard about EVE Online, you may have heard about the incredible legendary stories of people working their way up the ladder of an EVE org and stealing everything from the coffers. Generally speaking, though, those people, they are found out. We know who those people are. There's a way to track that. And those people are kicked out of the guild after it happens. But the problem with the way that Doom is designed is that there's no way to find out who's doing it. And here's the actual result of what happens when you don't have a way to track who's doing what. It's pretty easy to figure out if you just think about it for a moment. When you can't track who's doing what, and you can't hold anybody accountable for what's happening, people just are human and they start pointing fingers. They start growing suspicious of one another. They start setting up traps, DMing each other, trying to figure out who's doing what. But without any way to really prove who's doing the stealing, it just comes down to people getting angrier and more suspicious. And the effect is, for at least my Armco community, is that people have started splitting off into their own bases. Now, originally you guys might have seen my video where I created this really extravagant and beautiful guild base with this idea that we would work together to build up this base. The thing is, it never really worked out because stuff kept going missing from the guild base. Worse,
and this is why communism and socialism will never work. It'll never work. There's always somebody who steals.
Go missing, and it got to the
It's
point where
cute.
we realized that this was malicious.
Yeah, your communism sounds
doing this
beautiful
within their
in
build,
theory.
intentionally stealing
Till
stuff
somebody
and
steals.
taking advantage of our goodwill of trying to work together. And while I do understand that this may have been intentionally designed in order to prevent surging in the deep desert, the actual effect of this, in at least my community, has been increased toxicity, suspicion, people leaving, people not wanting to work together, or not wanting to play the game anymore. And while you could dismiss this as just that people are getting bored of the game after playing it for a while, I've got messages exactly to this effect for why people have stopped playing. In my view then, without any way to hold anybody responsible definitively, and leaving it always open to finger pointing without any way to draw any real conclusions, this game is actually quite antithetical to a gaming community if you want to choose it as a game to get together to play. Because eventually you're going to have a bad apple and people are going to start to break down in trust, and it's going to affect your gaming community as a whole. I personally heavily disagree with this game's design. It is designed to be toxic. Betrayal is definitely a game mechanic, but without having any way to hold somebody responsible, I don't think it's actually that good of a game mechanic. In my view, if you want people to stick around for this game, once a game gets beyond its PvE experience, and it gets beyond the single-player experience, what's left is community building. And if you've designed a game to be inherently toxic to communities, well, then in the end, the game's going to gradually die off until all that's left are very toxic people who eventually get bored because there's nobody left to take advantage of. I'm not saying to get rid of the idea of betrayal. I don't want a goody two-shoes, no friendly fire game. I think that that's actually a pretty cool design element of the end game for Dune Awakening.
I don't.
All I'm saying is that there needs to be some way for us to hold people accountable. This permission system needs to make sense. Friendly fire needs to make sense. The faction system needs to matter a little bit more than it does. Logs need to allow us to hold
people need to fuck each other over more easily.
It won't stop social engineering like what happens in EVE Online, but it does allow us to have some kind of conclusion to a betrayal, to know that we know who's betrayed us and we've gotten rid of them and we can move on to the next potential betrayal. And by the way, this is online gaming, so literally the same person could just sign up again with a different account, get into our guild, do the whole thing again, and use a voice modifier, and we probably wouldn't know. Look, I would give Funcom and the developers behind Dune Awakening the benefit of the doubt if I could, but I can't, because they responded and they told me exactly what I've told you here. This is intentional gameplay design, and my view on this is that it's toxic and antithetical to communities in the long run. So that's my take on this. I hope that they seriously reconsider this, because until they do, at least for my community, we're going to have to be extremely suspicious of everybody, and I suspect people are going to keep falling off until nobody wants to play the game anymore and we just got to move on to something else. Which is an absolute shame, because I still love Dune Awakening and I still see so much potential in this world. The story was so good, the world building is so good, I like the mechanics, but this endgame design, guys, Anyway, I want to hear your guys' thoughts. Do you see this the way that I do, or do you see it a different way? Let me know down in the comment section below. I want to know. Let's start this discussion. I hope this game continues to grow, continues to get better, makes the end game better, because I would love to keep making more content on this. Anyway, that's it for now. Hope to see you in the next one.
Ooh, his flashlight's good. I like this game in first person. It's actually probably better. Okay, we are going to sell things. Master of Arms agency support drops. I wish to use a booster. And then I guess I didn't get my buy order. No, I didn't get my buy order. Son of a bitch. But it means I have more money. Yeah, which is cool. Okay, so we will place another buy order at 7401 or 74, yeah, 0111 or 011 74 110, no, 110, yeah, 110. No, it would be 02, yeah, like it's like the cheapest I can possibly get it without raising it. 74020 and station is 74010, actually. 74020. I want the top bid. I want to buy 10 of them. 3 months. Station. Buy. Then I want to buy large scale injectors, which is going to be expensive. It's going to bust me down again. Large scale injectors. 735 600. $735 600. I intend to sell them for $940, which is such good money. And if I win, yep, then I want 10 of these, which is gonna be like 7.5 bill. Oh, I don't know if I can afford to spend that much. No, we'll go half that. We'll go like a half brace of that. Five of them. Yeah. As it is, that's 3 times 5. Yeah, it's like 150 million off anyways of just buying it. And we'll flip large-scale injectors, and that'll be my main source of income. It's not amazing income, but it's still hundreds of millions of ISK without doing any work, and it's really not that bad. The Master at Arms, I would like to buy 10 of these. arms. Yeah, and we want mastered arms. So I will flip these 3. What was that sound? Was it me dying? No. Okay, so kill the rabbit. Kill the rabbit. Kill the rabbit. This client appears to be playing better even without lossless. It's weird. Like they did something or another. I don't know. It's cool how you can see outside on that one, but why can't I see outside on this one? What's the difference between these? This is a timber wall, but this one, yeah, this one has slats in it for some reason. Why doesn't this one have slats in it? Oh well. I want to kill some sentinels, but I haven't seen them in a while. Like, they don't seem to be that present on this thing. Paraffinium deposits. Let's go get that. Boy, the guns suck because it's a sandbox, but I mean, they're not that bad. I could see a combat update coming to this game being really good. Make the sentinels a bit more aggro and like, not very much. And then just like, make the guns way better and make them feel real. I think that could be a really good improvement for this game, the combat overhaul. Because it has a good premise. Oh yeah, no, I was going to... This, oh no, there's a cobalt deposit and a cargo drop. Knowledge stone and star bramble. Cobalt. I'm here looking for a paraffinium deposit that was like right here. Damaged machinery. Star bramble, knowledge stone, cargo drop. Cool, I can like see all the animals because of the signal booster, which is cool. There's a humming sack just right over there. I guess I need a tag-ish thing that I do. I'm like charging my mouse and it keeps messing with me. Sodium nitrate, not very much of it, but, you know, Oops.
Units received.
Xenogerus. G. Xenogerus. This is the cozy game I've been looking for. I don't care. It doesn't particularly have, like... It has guidance to it, but it's like, you know, you can do whatever you want. It doesn't have any structure to it, and I really like that. This is the game I'm going to play all day while I watch videos and stuff and try to learn about other games. And politics and music and shit. So... Oh, look, there's a Doom Mage. Let's go get him, except I'm hurt. Usually there's supposed to be a goblin that pops here, but I don't know. Dense carbon.
Life support power low. Technology recharge.
If I go AFK out here, I could die and lose this character. I have to be so careful about that. I might be tempted to just go do something and forget that I'm outside, and I will die of oxygen deprivation when my suit runs out. And the hardcore character is just goddamn dumb in that respect. I've really got to remember not to leave this character outside. I will die of oxygen deprivation. Here I am playing FFA, but at least it's not PvP. At least it's
Toxins
PvE.
detected.
Alright, so now I am going next to a Knowledge Stone, Impulse Beans, Periphean, and I want to mark it this time so I can actually find it.
Units received.
Leveling like this is also good conquest points, and that is money. Oops, I did not. He'll wake me up, though. And out he goes. Let's kill this bunny. I could switch it to expensive. I could go harder here on both of these, but I should have done it at the start of the game. I don't really want that, because it's like already kind of a harsh economy as it is. This is the X4 Foundations that I was looking for, but it wasn't ready until the Corvette update. I won't even be ready for a Corvette for a long, long time. Save deleted, which is so fucking harsh. I know I'm gonna die to something stupid and I'll be so mad. But I mean, that's hardcore. And without hardcore, the game doesn't feel like engaging enough. It's fucking annoying. To each their own. One free slot in my suit. Let's call the ship. Wait, do I have something else? Summon Exocraft. What's that? Oh, I don't have one yet, huh? Wow.
Technology recharge.
Oh, launch thrusters. Oh, okay. Go back to my ship, I guess.
Inventory full.
Can I combine? No, they'll probably lock me out of a key. So, save. Gotta go pay my ship costs. I'll get used to doing that every single time because I could die doing that too. Playing this hardcore first time is actually such a crazy thing. I can't believe I'm doing it.
Technology recharge.
No fuel available. No fuel available. Pyrite. What makes pyrite? I can't remember. No Man's Sky. Is there a way to move all items?
Energy recharge.
Two ferrite dust off that rock. It's cool you can get geodes from the rocks. That's like Mortal. I like that too. He took a lot of the really good stuff that Mortal had and just stole it. Which I don't really blame him. He probably really feels that this game should compete with everything on the market, which I have no argument with that. Wow, the flashlight. I wish other games would get a flashlight this good. This flashlight's better than, like, any game I think I've ever seen. Very surprised by that. Certain things he nails. Why can't games get good flashlights like this that really show you what the fuck's in front of you? Advanced mining laser, damn it. How much ferrite dice do I have now? 54. So good. I want to make more antimatter housing. Oh, I can't do this because I'm not by the ship. Okay. Boy, I wish I could make it so I could, like, move items from anywhere, because it's way nicer. Oh. Oh, I'm dead. What? Oh, the sheep despawned. Oh, I should have paid attention. I was like, wait, why does it sound like getting my ass kicked? And it was. It was like, oh, I was a little bit too late. Fucking son of a bitch. Well, I mean, yeah, at least I'm breaking even and I'm still making money and conquest, so whatever. I like that it's fast. I don't have to walk anywhere. You know. The sheep died of old age, which got me killed, which is so annoying. I am trying to see if... So rabbits aren't good money. And oats are... I'll go back to where I was yesterday, but I guess, yeah. Do I have everything I need? We got 11 tuna sushi. That's good enough for another session, yeah. So cool. So now we pull, you, and we make And antimatter housing. Warp cells, right? I need warp cells. There we go. 2 warp cells, and it's this whole thing about antimatter, and I've got to go get antimatter if I want to be able to travel interstellarly. Warp cells are always the thing, so you have to go get antimatter, which is like... No Man's Sky, how to get antimatter. Oh, okay, you're just supposed to make it chromatic metal and condensed carbon. So I now need to go get copper. Like, I've been needing to do that for a long time. I need to get copper. I don't know. Well, what is periphenium? What is periphenium? Yeah, periphenium. I have trouble saying that word. What does periphenium break down to?
Technology recharge.
Periphenium. It breaks down to condensed carbon. That's, oh no, that's what I already had. Okay, so ferrite dust, but I don't know, is that worth it? Is it a lot of ferrite dust? Yeah, it appears that it is, which is good. 72. Okay. So that's good. Let's go out and get copper. Damaged machinery, and it's not very far away. Cobalt deposit. I need copper. Sentinel pillar. Oh yeah, the sentinel pillar. I forgot about that. Periphenium, damaged machinery, buried tech module. Those are always really important. Pulpy roots. Cobalt. Knowledge stone, humming sack. But I don't really see copper. I've got all the copper that was by my base. So now I must roam to go find copper. Yeah.
It makes sense if you don't feel a deep well of empathy for someone who made a career out of refusing to show it for others. I want to normalize that because sometimes when a public figure dies, especially in a tragic way, people rush to say, you have to be compassionate right now. Don't speak ill of the dead. But if that person spent their life dismissing other people's pain,
I can speak ill of the dead.
it, minimizing
If I
it, even
want.
actively contributing to it, it makes sense that your empathy tank might run dry. That doesn't mean you're celebrating. It doesn't mean you're cold-hearted. It just means your compassion has limits.
Yep.
And those limits are often shaped by how much compassion someone showed in their lifetime. There's actually something psychologically healthy about noticing that boundary. You're not obligated to manufacture sorrow for someone who never extended any to you, your community, or people you care about. You can hold both, I don't wish this on anyone, and I don't feel sad about it either. That's not cruelty, that's honesty. And it feels really weird and uncomfortable to hold both of those in your body at the same time. This isn't about telling you not to be compassionate. It's about giving you permission to notice whatever you honestly feel or don't feel and trust that it's valid.
I felt like that was beautifully said and that might resonate with some of you today. I have another video I was getting ready to film, but so many of you have asked what I think about Charlie Kirk, and since his life was ended in my former home state, the state that is the headquarters of the Mormon church that I spent 44 years of my life in, the state where some of my children live. In fact, one of my children attended the college where Charlie's life ended yesterday. And I think I have a couple of nieces that are attending right now. I don't know if they were at this event yesterday, but because it did hit kind of close to home for me in those ways, I've decided to do a video. And let me start by saying that I am 100% always against violence. I'm against guns. I don't think that we should have them. I completely support eliminating guns from the United States of America. And I also want to start by saying that as I dive into this topic, it's important to underscore this point. Not all Christians. In this video, I'm going to share my personal former views as a former Christo-fascist, former Christian nationalist, former white supremacist, former Mormon, MAGA, prepping, alt-right, trad wifey. I don't think standard Christians have really any idea what goes on inside the heads of the group I was once part of, and they should. So as I dive into this topic, not all Christians. This is war. Let's dive into what I think about Charlie Kirk. I'm Jenna Gage, and this is Life Take 2. Hi everybody, thanks for watching. I know there's a lot of great stuff out there on YouTube, and I always appreciate you stopping on one of my videos. We're gonna start with Donald Trump, since he always likes to have the first and the last word in any conversation.
Tonight I ask all Americans to commit themselves to the American values for which Charlie Kirk lived and died. The values of free speech, citizenship, the rule of law, and the patriotic devotion and love of God.
I don't know how many of you watching this video have ever known a Christian nationalist. I don't know how many of you have ever been a Christian nationalist.
That's how they
but
talk.
I was one for 48 years, in fact. And let me just interpret this for you. President Trump is now saying the quiet part out loud, that religious freedom doesn't matter anymore. This is the implementation of Project 2025. This is the President of the United States calling for America to become a Christian nation. He's offering the solution to tragedies like what happened to Charlie Kirk as God. Just prior to this quote, he told us who's to blame.
I'm filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. This is a dark moment for America. Those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others, radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives.
What do I think about the Charlie Kirk situation? As a former Christian nationalist myself, this is war, and the war is against the left. The shooter will never be found, in my opinion, and I don't want to get into that in the video for fear of my own safety.
No, the shooter was found.
Scholars at University of Chicago have been tracking
Shooter was found today.
violence for the past 4 years and have found that America's tolerance for political violence is at an all-time high. Let me explain that for you in case you don't understand. We are okay with political violence in ways that we never have been before. That's at an all-time high. The study also concluded that the rhetoric from political figures has contributed to this tolerance for political violence. This morning, I listened to Senator Mark Wayne Mullen from Oklahoma blame this shooting on Democrats just like Donald Trump did. He was on CNN this morning. Literally, quote, "The left caused this. This is happening a lot lately to Republicans." That's what he said. He also said, Christians aren't out there shooting up schools. This is only coming from one side. Christian values are under attack. Elon Musk yesterday called the left a party of murder. Senator Steve Bannon called Charlie a casualty of war. Jesse Waters on Fox says they are at war with us. They being the left, us being anybody who would watch Fox News. In addition to what Trump said in the statement that I played in the video, he has also called the left vermin and the enemy within. Before we touch on that, let me start by debunking that this is only happening to Republicans, and by this I specifically mean political violence. Here's a list of violence against political figures just in the past 10 years. This is just major political figures. I didn't include any like local sheriffs or mayors or anything like this. Of course, yesterday, 2025, Republican Charlie Kirk was fatally shot. Also in 2025, Democratic Minnesota Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband were fatally shot. 2025, Democrat Minnesota Senator John Hoffman and his wife were shot. They survived that. 2025, Democratic Governor Josh Shapiro, arson attack victim. 2024, President Trump assassination attempt. 2022, Democratic Senator Nancy Pelosi's husband attacked during a kidnapping attempt. 2022, Republican Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh assassination attempt. 2020, Democratic Governor Gretchen Whitmer kidnapping plot. 2017, GOP Rep Stephen Scalise shot. 2011, Democratic Rep Gabby Giffords. She was shot just a few miles away from where I'm sitting right now. So, let me give you the total on that. In a decade of major political violence, 7 of the victims have been Democrats. 4 have been Republicans. Let me just touch on a couple of these Mark Wayne Mullen quotes once again, in light of those numbers. This only came from one side. The left is the extreme side. It bothers me on every level that is the rhetoric coming out of the White House and trickling down throughout all of the MAGA party. I've heard people say, Charlie was such a nice guy. Here's my response to that. Charlie Kirk said that women having abortions is, and this is a direct quote, greater in magnitude than the Holocaust. That's a quote. Also, Charlie, I can't stand the word empathy, actually. I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that does a lot of damage. By the way, if I can just debunk that from a Christian-based standpoint, Jesus never used the exact word empathy in the Bible. That's a modern term, first appearing in English in the early 1900s, but in the Gospels there are Greek words that directly translate, that say that Jesus felt compassion, that come very close to what our meaning of empathy is today. And I'm not going to get this right because it's Greek and I don't speak Greek. Laxmamai. Translation, to be moved in one's guts, to feel compassion deeply. It appears multiple times in the Gospels to describe Jesus's inner response to suffering. Examples, when Jesus saw the hungry crowd, he had compassion, he had splasmos.
This is the whole point of the religion, in my
Can somebody
opinion.
Greek, just tell us how to pronounce this, on them, because they were like sheep without a shepherd. That's Mark 6:34. And the parables of the Good Samaritan and the prodigal son, compassion with that exact word, splagishnomolai, I'm getting worse every time, drives the merciful action. This word, by the way, means more than sympathy, which is feeling for someone, and is closer to empathy, feeling with someone viscerally. Other related words are ilios, oiktmeros, and agape, which is that self-giving love, the core ethic of Jesus's teachings. So Charlie Kirk hating the word empathy, again, that's not all Christians. That is these Christofascists. I was one of them, and I hated the word empathy. I hated the thought of empathizing with other people. Charlie hates the word empathy, and yet people say Charlie was a nice guy. Well, I was MAGA. I was part of this group. I was much like Charlie. He would have been my hero a couple of years ago. And I'm here to tell you, I come from people who look nice on the outside while saying horrid things. I was a monster. I hated the word empathy. And I also tried to look nice on the outside while also thinking horrid things on the inside. My sweet, cute, feminine little voice and my little house on the prairie dresses barely disguised the hate I had for others. And Charlie's clean-cut exterior and Family Guy vibe didn't hide the hatred. Here's just one recent video from Charlie Kirk in a very nice voice, saying that women should not be free and that there's something wrong with women wanting to work and not have kids. This was an ongoing theme of Charlie Kirk, and it's a huge theme of the MAGA party.
This goes to show why liberal women are so unhappy, why so many liberal women are on antidepressants, why so many liberal women are just neurotic and just so unattractive to young men. because their number one thing is a fulfilling
Oh.
job and career, then having the money to do things you want, having emotional stability. What all that's hyper narcissistic. Liberal women inherently are incredibly narcissistic. Fulfilling
Why would
job
you
and career,
land? It's
having money
insane.
they
I'm
want.
telling you
What's
to
the
land.
number
I'm
one
pressing
thing
the A
for
button.
Men want children. Now, what's amazing
Why
is
would
that
you land?
conservative women
It's
too,
weird. There
Trump
you
voting women
go.
did not put children as a top 5 goal. This is a problem that transcends political lines. This is again, it's way worse, obviously, on the left, but it's still bad on the right. And
Yeah.
it's the men who want kids. It's the men who want children. It's the men who want marriage.
What?
I always hate telling stories on myself, but on the topic of Charlie was
You are so. You were so
I used to go
fucking
to
bass
a
backwards in
specific
everything
line
that you
at Trader
think.
Joe's all the time in Mesa, Arizona. There was a checker there who was just so sweet to me, and then she came out as gay. She literally divorced her husband and became a lesbian. And I would continue to go through her line. Like every time I went to Trader Joe's, if she was working and I saw her, then I'd scoot over into her line, and I was still nice to her and I was still friendly. But even as she was checking my groceries out, as I was standing there with my cute little toddlers running around with their little mini Trader Joe's first-ring carts, I was thinking how hard it was to talk to a lesbian because I knew that she was under the influence of Satan. That nice smile on the outside was covering up absolute abject hatred for another human being. She was evil. I knew it. God knew it. And I hoped that someday she would wake up and see that truth herself. And I think that this can be really confusing to people on the outside, but a good personality does not equal a good person. And certainly when I was deep in this community myself, when I was a MAGA monster, I had a good personality. My neighbors would have said that I was sweet, and they would have seen all my cute kids and our pretty house, and everything would have looked okay on the outside. But my God, if they had really known what that was covering up, they all would have been terrified of me. I've heard people say that what happened to Charlie is senseless. I want to debunk that right now too. That's a lie. It makes absolute sense to me. As someone who has loved both sides as part of this community, and now as a leftist, as a Democrat, as a woke atheist, feminist, and all the things, I hope that I can make a little bit of the situation that could have potentially led to this make sense to you. And I do want to note that as of the making of this video, we do not know who the shooter is. He may be a terrorist. He may be some rando who just wanted to incite a riot. He could just be some mentally ill person who forgot to take his meds today.
Technology installed.
He could be a church-going Republican. Who knows? What I want to address here is the current environment, the storm that's brewing, because it absolutely makes sense. People resort to violence because they don't see another way. I do want to start this part of the conversation by saying that there is absolutely another way to solve this problem, and I will talk about that in a part 2. Today, I just want to shine a light on what the problem is. America is Animal Farm.
So now I think she just attacked lesbians.
Feminist and all the things. I hope that I can make a little bit of the situation that could have potentially led to things. As a leftist, as a Democrat, as a woke atheist, feminist, and all the things, I hope that I can make a little bit of the situation is senseless. I want to debunk that right now too. That's a lie. It makes absolute sense to me. As someone who has loved both sides as part of this community, and now as a leftist, as a Democrat, as a woke atheist, feminist, and all the things.
I think there was an anti-lesbian message in this video. We're going to go back to it because she doesn't apologize or use it in context or anything at all. She talks about the lesbian being lost to Satan.
I had a good personality. I will be confusing to people on the outside. Wake up and see that truth herself. I knew it. God knew it. And I hoped that someday, how hard it was to talk to a lesbian because I knew that she was under the influence. And certainly when I had a good personality, pretty bring up, they all would have been terrified of me. I've heard people say that what happened to Charlie is senseless. I want to debunk that right now too. That's a lie. It makes absolute sense.
It's weird because I think she hid a message of anti-lesbian in this video. She's unapologetic about it. She didn't use it in context. And I think she's talking about herself in the past, and she just doesn't mention the fact that she doesn't think that anymore.
As someone who has loved both sides as part of this community, and now as a leftist, as a Democrat, as a woke atheist, feminist, and all the things, I hope that I can make a little bit of this situation that could have potentially led to this make sense to you. And I do want to note that as of the making of this video, we do not know who the shooter is. He may be a terrorist. He may be some rando who just wanted to incite a riot. He could just be some mentally ill person who forgot to take his meds today. He could be a church-going Republican. Who knows? What I want to address here is the current environment, the storm that's brewing, because it absolutely makes sense. People resort to violence because they don't see another way. I do want to start this part of the conversation by saying that there is absolutely another way to solve this problem, and I will talk about that in a part 2. Today, I just want to shine a light on what the problem is. America is Animal Farm, the book by George Orwell. Every massive society always becomes Animal Farm because there's always pigs willing to send the horses to the glue factory to get rich and have power. In Animal Farm, they decide that their only rule is all animals are equal. And that's where we started. Let me read you the beginning. The unanimous declaration of the 13 United States of America. In the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with one another, and to assume the powers of the earth, the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them in decent respect to the opinions of mankind, requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation.
She's been quoting scripture as a leftist, and she's been like attacking lesbians and stuff, and I think she's weird and slightly, I don't know, I think she's good.
We hold these truths to be self-evident,
Yeah.
that all men are created equal.
Yep.
That they are endowed
right
by their
forgot
Creator
that.
with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We began from a place of all animals are equal. Let me address the elephant in the room. Women weren't equal. Indigenous populations weren't equal. Enslaved people were not equal. So there were a lot of people that weren't equal, but I feel like they had good intentions. Remember what happens in Animal Farm, though. It eventually morphs into some animals are more equal than others. That's where we are right now. As a former Christian nationalist and white supremacist myself, I believed that deeply, that some animals are more
Oh, you get a
equal
shield
than
with it
others.
too.
That
Oh, cool.
some people
Wow.
are chosen and some people are not. There's an inner group, there's an outer group. There's the saved and the chosen, and then there's the satanic, the heathens, the Gentiles, everybody else who's going to burn in hell. It was such a crazy brain fuck of hypocrisy being part of this group, because on the one hand, I believe we're all children of God, but in the end, that God was going to cast a lot of his children into the fiery pit and burn their sorry asses, and I didn't care because I was one of the chosen. The last words out of Charlie Kirk's mouth were about transgender shooters. And unfortunately, hate speech is often answered with hate. That is because people, when backed into a corner, resort to violence because they don't see another way. That's what happened with our very American Revolution. The origin story of the United States is violence. The colonial rebels couldn't take what King George was doing anymore, so we had a little tea party and a revolution. Boom, here we are. Hate speech is often answered with hate. Words can light people up, and we are currently swimming full time in verbal hate soup. And where are all of these hateful words coming from? President Trump is blaming the radical left for the violence against Charlie Kirk, but I believe that President Trump himself caused this. He lit that match that ignited this all. I am 51 years old, and I say that often because people don't think that I look 51, and it's important for you to know that
She's 51.
lived life in a very different time than what we have going on now post-pandemic. And I remember a time when we were all Americans and the enemy was out there. It was the Soviet Union, communists, terrorists. Ayatollah Khomeini was a big one when I was a kid growing up. The September 11th terrorists, it is September 11th today. That whole entire movement was our collective communal enemy. I lived through a lot of presidents. I was born right on the tail end of Richard Nixon, and I can remember Jimmy Carter on the TV when I was a kid. He was actually my first love. I would go places with the TV. I don't know, powerful men in suits used to be my thing. And let me tell you, the presidents of my past didn't behave in the way that Donald Trump does. Reagan, Carter, Clinton, Obama. Obama was the president of America. George W. Bush was the president of America. He was the president of the Americans. And they may have argued with other candidates in debates, and they may have had problems with, some of the Democrats in Congress or some of the Republicans in Congress, but even that was done respectfully. They didn't dehumanize the other candidates, not even in the presidential debate, not the way that President Trump has done. And they didn't dehumanize the half of America that didn't support them. I felt like Bill Clinton was my president, even though he was a Democrat from Arkansas. He did not divide. For the majority of my life, we have been the United States of America. Then suddenly, coincidentally, right when Donald Trump debuted on the political stage,
Killing animals is lots of money.
we morphed into the divided states of America. Do you want to know why? Because we have Donald Trump, who is a narcissistic triangulator, using his followers as flying monkeys against other Americans who he sees as his enemies. And just for the record, anyone who doesn't praise him and prop up his fragile ego is his enemy. And what's gone very wrong is that Trump, this great master triangulator, and his hate combined with an already radicalized base. I was radicalized from childhood. I was a toddler learning racism and white supremacy. I was radicalized in Sunday school. I was radicalized at girls' camp. I was radicalized at my religious university. I was radicalized listening to Glenn Beck and Rush Limbaugh, which my dad would have on the TV and watching Fox News. I was radicalized sitting down at Thanksgiving dinner with my radicalized family. Let me tell you, as a former MAGA girly, this is the truth. I hated everyone except for the people that were in my inside group, and I wanted half of America gone. That's what Christian nationalism is. And if you don't understand that, you don't understand the threat. One nation under God. As a Christian nationalist, I forgot about the rest of the whole indivisible with liberty and justice for all. As a Christian nationalist, I only cared about the one nation under God. I actually wish that last part read, liberty and justice for Mormons only. That's what I wanted. Trump and people like who I used to be have now combined, and it is a perfect storm of fascism. A hateful leader with a hateful army of citizens. One bad leader can't do it alone. It's just one guy. He has to have people willing to do the work, willing to fight the fight. A radicalized base. We now have both the mad leader and the angry base. As a former Christian nationalist, I've been screaming about this from my little microphone here in my little studio in my tiny little apartment for 6.5 years. I've been screaming that this is going to blow up. And nobody listens. People say, Charlie Kirk is a really nice guy. I have Mormon neighbors. They're so nice. They say, my evangelical boss is always there for us. They don't understand the threat because they weren't part of this community, because they didn't see the things that I saw. We have a perfect storm of fascism. We have angry Trump, who doesn't see all Americans as Americans. Here's a couple of quotes from Trump. He talks about immigrants eating the dogs, eating the cats. The radical left causes all of this. Black jobs. He said that Kamala Harris happened to turn black. He called her mentally impaired, slow, lazy as hell. He said Joe Biden is not a smart person, but a somewhat vicious person. On the topic of Sydney Sweeney, he asked a reporter, Is she a registered Republican? Oh, she's a registered Republican? Well, then she's the hottest model in America. Donald Trump himself has an in-group and an out-group. As a Christian nationalist, white supremacist, Mormon, trad wife, girly, MAGA myself, I bought into that in-group and out-group in major ways, and they all do. Here's just a couple of things. I wanted people to be cast into the fiery pit. I believed in evildoers. There was this parable in the Bible about the wheat and the tares, and how that the tares were going to be cast in this fire and burned up, but the wheat was going to be gathered up by Jesus himself, and it was going to be put into the storehouse. And I was just waiting for that day to come. I was just waiting for the end times where all of the tares, the people that weren't chosen, the people that weren't believers, would literally be cast up and burned as Jesus floated down in clouds. I was going to be in those clouds with him. And for the first time in a long time, all of these stars have aligned, and the radicalized base has a hateful leader willing to destroy their enemies. America has already turned into a fascist nation. That's not where we're headed. That's where we are. The Christo-fascists are already in charge. And so here's what we're seeing. Here's what may have been behind the tragedy, although I doubt it. I have other theories. Again, for my safety, I'm not going to talk about those publicly. When a hateful leader and a hateful base unite in power, what happens is the rest of the population, here's everyone who's now in the United States who's panicking. Gay people, trans people, immigrants, the handicapped, single cat ladies, woke feminists like myself, anyone who's ever aborted a baby, working women, Democrats, people who want nationalized health care, atheists, Muslims,
End to the drug war.
poor people, people in
Legalize
other countries,
monetization of
the
gaming
world,
currency.
yeah, America, they're panicking. I hear from you all the time. in
Mental
my
health
comment section.
initiatives.
Governors in blue states, grandmas who had their Medicaid cut, victims of sex crimes and their families.
Well, everything has changed. If we didn't know it already, there is no longer any middle ground. Some on the American left are undoubtedly well-meaning people, but their ideology is pure evil. They hate the good, the truth, and the beautiful, and embrace the evil, the false, and the ugly. And they literally will kill those with whom they disagree, just as their predecessor, leftist Marx and Stalin and Lenin, Pol Pot, and Fidel Castro did. We must know that.
You mean the other right-wing
People
fascists?
no longer believe due process can protect.
Do you even
them,
know that they're
and they feel
right-wingers?
backed
You're
into a
fucking
corner.
stupid. You
That
think? Do you
happens.
truly think Fidel Castro's a
We
leftist?
have
You're a
small acts
fucking
of resistance.
moron.
We have unrest. Individuals like
They are
Anthony
stupid. That
Miller
guy's stupid. He's fucking
against United
stupid.
Healthcare.
Shall we consult the AI? Was Fidel Castro a leftist? Yeah, but that's not leftism, though. Becoming a communist state is not necessarily leftist, though. I have a problem with this. I mean, yeah, I guess that is I mean, I don't know. I guess so. You could call that leftist. But I mean, I guess.
Nation attempt.
Was Fidel Castro violent? Was Fidel Castro violent? I don't know much about him, really. He was a violent leader. How is that leftist? That's authoritarian. That's authoritarian. That's not leftist. See, that's the problem. Our definitions get mixed here in the history books and stuff. Fidel Castro was a violent, terrible communist. There are tons of quote-unquote leftist, but violent, terrible communists. Putin is one of them. You know, it's fucking crazy. And, like, to say that Putin is left-wing is insane. Why? Because he's a communist? No, communist doesn't make you leftist. Your stance on violence makes you leftist. These people are they like Fidel Castro was not a peaceful man. Probably got a lot of people killed. This idea that he's a leftist, I think, because he was a Marxist. Most of the people who follow Marxists ended up being terrible right-wing authoritarians. I don't care if you conflated leftism with Marxism, but to me, the left is somebody who isn't violent. And Marxists aren't known to be violent per se till they become leaders, and then then the problem with communism shows and somebody steals and they end up being violent, they end up ruling through authoritarianism. I guess you could call Marxism leftism, but I don't know. I want to rewrite the book on leftism, I think. Hello?
Hi there.
Hey.
Oh, I'm so happy. My bedroom's
Oops, I muted. Sorry about that. Got a phone call.
Things. Individual acts of violence as resistance to a system that is backing people up against a wall. What happens next is a revolution. Both sides are already in crisis mode. My old community, the Christian nationalists, were already in crisis mode. And do you want to know why? Because the war in Israel was foretold in the Bible as a sign of the end times. Because famines / global warming was another sign. Gay people, Sodom and Gomorrah, that's from the Bible, that's another sign of the times. Baby killers, women not getting married, families crumbling, that's all from the Bible, that's all a sign of the times. The spread of secularism, that's a sign of the times. So my former community is mocked and loaded. I had a conversation with an alt-right family member of mine sometime in the past year or two about recycling. I didn't have a recycle bin. I couldn't afford a recycle bin. And this family member said it doesn't matter because the end of the world is here. the war in Israel is going on. We're in the end times. We literally don't need to recycle anything because the earth is about to burn. I have so many cousins who have sold their homes and are like living in the forests of Idaho, prepping for the end. One couple that I was really close to, they sold everything. They cashed out all of their retirement. They sunk some diesel tanks. They bought land so that they can have a family compound, and they took off. They're gone because they know that Jesus is coming back. They are already locked and loaded because all of the signs of the times are happening right now. They are prepping, they are ready, and they are all on edge. They're waiting for the end of civilization that was foretold in the Bible, and let me tell you how ready they are. They have
it's true
fear,
too.
First of all, moving them forward. They have stockpiles of weapons. They have a 2-year supply of food, a 2-year supply of water. They're just waiting off grid for this fight. The ones who have children are all homeschooling their kids and detaching from society. Meanwhile, the rest of us who are not Christo-fascists, Christian nationalists,
Christo-fascists,
alt-right prepper people, we're just trying to preserve that liberty and justice for all.
Testify, sister.
And suddenly, with Trump and his base united in anger, the only option is for us also to get dragged into the fight. It's like, I used to work at a school, and you'll have this quiet kid on the playground. She would never harm a fly, right? But after a whole school year of being bullied, all of a sudden one day that quiet kid will punch the bully. And you're like, whoa. But that was a long time coming. Even those peaceful people, when backed against a wall, inevitably have to punch the bully in the face or be snuffed out by the bully. Peaceful citizens have watched the inhumane treatment of other citizens, parents being rounded up at kindergarten graduations and deported in really cruel ways. Alligator Alcatraz. We're 8 months into this Trump presidency, and there are certainly those who feel their only defense is to punch the bully in the face. And we didn't start the fire. Trump did. He is the bully. He lit the fire. I hear it in comment sections all over social media. Regular, everyday people who are enraged about the Epstein files, enraged about the dismantling of the Department of Education, enraged about the loss of medical care and support for the handicapped, afraid that America is being remade. As a former MAGA girly, let me tell you it is. America is being remade. That's what I wanted. I wanted it all to burn so we could get rid of all the people who don't believe in Jesus, and homemade apple pie and big families where mom and dad were happily married till death do us part, who didn't believe that every knee shall bow and every tongue confess that Jesus is the Christ. I wanted the evildoers gone. That's what they want. Trump just said it in a video. The left is evil. We all need to return to a God-fearing nation. To answer the question, what do I think about Charlie Kirk? I think the Christo-fascists are happier about this than anyone. I think that they're thrilled to sit back and watch the war between their own citizens. But please listen to me. There is a solution that does not involve violence, that doesn't give them their Armageddon, their end of days, that doesn't see the whole world burn. It has worked before in other nations.
What the hell is it?
All of history, and it can work now for America. It could have worked in Germany in the 1930s. It could have worked in
What if
Germany
it shoots at me
Europe in the 1930s.
and I die instantly?
We do not need to resort to violence to turn the tide. I promise. Stay tuned for my next video, America's Velvet Revolution.
Can I shoot this thing down? If I kill the client, god damn, this sandbox does feel like kind of crazy. What the hell is that thing? What are these things? Man, there's like a lot of traffic right now. I think they're like Gek warriors and stuff. Are they all like escorting this thing? What the hell is going on in this weird world? This is just the world they spawned me on, and it's a weird world. There's all this weird stuff going on. What the fuck are those guys? The game does have like a fucking weird mystery to it. Uh-oh. Well, let's make a run for my base, just in case it's, like, not so good.
Warning. Threat detected. Hostile ships approaching.
Yeah, we could do some dogfighting. This sounds fun.
Being more towards entertainment rather than self-expression.
Rating get.
At this point, it's not surprising that it's passive entertainment. Like, it's been passive entertainment for a few years now. And I think what struck me while writing the piece was just like, that's a huge contrast from where we were at in 2011, 2012, when the whole
I love this
ideology
combat. I
almost
think it's
was
so
that
good.
Everyone should post. Like, we should put
I wish
our
all
eyes
the
on
combat in the
it.
game was like
It'd be
this.
great. Like, we'll all share these moments and information and thoughts, and it'll lead to something amazing. And it obviously didn't, that didn't totally work out. But now we also
I have
this
Sentinel
other
interceptors
hellish
now.
environments in which we all have to look perfect and act perfect and comply with algorithmic aesthetics.
Nanites, nice, a lot of them.
That's not fun. That almost feels worse. And I do feel
I
like
love
we've
this
lost
game. I'm having so
something
much more fun
by
with this game
losing
than
the casual
Dune.
posting. Like, can you talk about kind of that?
Interceptors are coming.
It's this beautiful dream of the.
I'll fight them
amazing
over the top of
random
my
tweet.
base so I can
Like,
always
what I
just
remember
land
is,
if I
like,
need
some
to.
days on Twitter, the tweet of the day would just come from nowhere. It would come from an account with like 200 followers, and it was just someone touching the face of God, as it were, and just like coming up with the most amazing joke or thought or observation. And then suddenly millions of people were consuming it. And that was kind of the good version of going viral. Those are some of my favorite kinds of posts, where it's not someone trying to go viral, it's not someone trying to
Nope,
make
it just
professional
happens.
content, but they just happen to like, hit
Authentic.
something
Yeah.
that's totally universal. And I think we're losing that like serendipity and the unpolishedness of it. And what we're moving toward is this like hyper polished, hyper curated, hyper optimized.
I like the aerial
Do
combat
you think we'll ever
a
reach
lot.
this point of like posting zero, where like basically average people just simply don't share their life online anymore? Like, Facebook is increasingly overrun, and same with Instagram with AI slop. These platforms are all professionalizing. It
Didn't
seems
we
like there's
watch
almost
this
only
already?
downsides now to posting about yourself, whether you're revealing private data about yourself or you say the
No, we already watched this one already, so let's listen to some more news. There we go. I love some more news.
Yo, it's Rad Cody. Rhodey. Here's
Rad
some
Cody.
news.
I love
Remember
Cody.
rollerblades? Why aren't the kids
I do.
today always on rollerblades
I like rollerblades.
like we were? They're just
Yeah.
not the coolest thing you've ever seen.
Rollerblades are so cool.
I've
Yeah.
ever seen.
I bought like 3 pairs.
I had ever seen
Yeah.
when I was 12.
They were like
Boy,
fucking $400 or
12.
something.
The future was so bright, your rollerblades had to wear shades. Oh, and here's some more news. Gosh, the old days were just so, am I right? And kids today, boo! Seems like kids aren't even 12 anymore. Have you seen a single 12-year-old? They don't exist. Remember when TV was better too? Oh,
Yeah, I
we had
do.
so many shows like,
Yeah.
I don't know, Evening Shade,
DuckTales.
I guess. Burt Reynolds used to visit us at home every week. These new shows on
Evening
streaming
Shades.
put out like 6 episodes every 2
Designing
years. and
Women,
Burt Reynolds is in
Murphy
almost
Brown,
none of them. You
Night
used to be able
Court.
to depend on your favorite TV show friends and also the TV show Friends to be
Shit,
there
even
for you 9
Battlestar
months
or,
out of
like, I don't know,
every year with the
Simpsons.
reruns and breaks for summer and sweeps week. Oh, sweeps week, when we'd get made for TV movies based on books by Stephen King or Peter Benchley. Look what they took from us.
I'm gonna beat the
These
wave.
days, yeesh.
I love this game.
Remember those recent Star Wars films, folks? Yeesh. Oh, I just saw the most recent Jurassic Park movie, Jurassic Park 7, Dead Reckoning Part 1, a Jurassic World story from the world of Jurassic Park. It's a reboot of the Jurassic World films, which were already a reboot. A movie that's asking me to feel nostalgic.
I think
for
the
a
Gek are
franchise
helping me
that
fight
ended
these
3
guys.
years
They
ago
are.
with
The
worst
Gek are helping
dinosaur
me fight the
movie ever
Sentinels, I
made,
think.
and that includes
Look how
the
cool
movie
that looks.
Dinosaur.
That's so
Unbelievable.
cool. I love this
Things
shit.
are just not what they used to be, or at least they're not what I remember them to have been. And I really wish things could go back to the way I remember them to have been. So I guess
I like fighting the Sentinels.
just-
I think it's fun.
I don't know. Embrace fascism? I mean, what
It's
choice
more
do I
fun than
have?
Starfield. Starfield needs to steal this.
Changed the crap
I mean, they
of
kind
my
of did, but
logo.
it's not as good. The slow mode isn't as good.
toxic nostalgia. Remember when they got mad at the new Cracker Barrel logo? So mad that the company had to change their logo back? I super need to talk about that later because it's actually somehow important to this thesis. Everything might hinge on the Cracker Barrel logo. It could be the Archduke Franz Ferdinand of this whole thing.
Oh, this thing hurts. Oh no, this thing could kill me. No.
Not necessarily the stuff we're nostalgic for, but the act of being
Where
nostalgic.
is
Yes, I'm saying
my
I'm
house?
nostalgic for when nostalgia was better.
No, I don't want to
Not just
die. I
on
don't want
one
to
side
die.
of the equation.
Where's
Both
my house?
corporations
I was by my
appeal to our
house.
nostalgia and
There's my
our
house.
obsession with it have grown monstrous and boring and sad. And I want to explore that in this episode and declare at the top of this that nostalgia is actually kind of dead. We have killed it without realizing it and are now batting its body around like a golden retriever bonding with a decomposed gerbil. And this is not the only, but one of the reasons that so many people are either really bummed out or in this alternate reality where fascism is good and cool. Because the world
Fascism
is
is not good and
for
cool.
a lot of us, it seems like there's nothing we can do to change it. And you can either be really depressed about that, but still have hope for humanity that we can power through and work together for a better world, or retreat into an alternate reality where everything is actually fine. Personally, I'm on the fence. It's just, I'm still so damn nostalgic. Remember 1995, back when the colors seemed a little brighter on our Batman Forever t-shirts, Tupac was still with us, snap bracelets cut lead poisoning right into our wrists, bodaciously. Even
bodaciously.
OJ had a good year. Sure, white supremacists blew up a federal building in Oklahoma City, but other than that, things weren't so political, you know? Everything is so political these days. Even this show. Remember when we weren't so damn political here on Some More News? Warbo and Katie were there more. We even made a movie. Oh, those were the days. Back in 2020, when things weren't so so gosh darn political. It was like one big summer vacation then, watching Tiger King and the Great British Bake Off all day long, ordering McDonald's for every meal of the day, getting to watch blockbuster films at home, like The Little Things and Mulan, Those Who Wish Me Dead, The Lovebirds, Infinite, Locked Down, The Tomorrow War. So great how we were all at home doing that and those things for reasons that I forget. You know what? I'm gonna go back and watch the Some More News movie, okay? It's been too long. Such a fun movie we all love equally and remember fondly. Remember David Cross was in it, and when Warbo stole the Challenger wreckage to take us
David Cross.
Very informative home planet Lormbo. Oh, that was the best. We should make another movie or just remake the last one. Who knows? Okay, everyone hold on while I watch this.
8,127 seconds later, Mr. Cody.
Wait, so Warmbo wasn't in that at all? He's just a featured extra? He doesn't even play Warmbo, like the puppet version of some guy named Cody? They must have changed it. Ah, damn you, Lucas! Bring back the Warmbo cut! Okay, maybe our versions of the past aren't as reliable as we think. Perhaps, no matter how clear your memories may seem to you, the reality is that they're fuzzy and selective and mostly based on your point of view rather than an accurate recollection of events. You may have had a great time at the roller rink shredding wood in your sick-ass roadie blades at Jackson's 8th grade birthday party, but you weren't the one too busy having diarrhea in the family restroom because that's the only one that locks. In fact, there are studies showing that we tend to forget the negative emotions of a memory faster than the positive ones. And at least one psychologist believes that to be an evolutionary function for our survival. We have built-in
The bad things we remember.
but interpreting
The
your
good
happy
things we
memories
forget.
as some kind of universal truth about how great the world used to be ignores the fact that nearly half the world's population has never and will never be able to afford a pair of rollerblades. Plus, there's the fact that we human beings notoriously edit our memories, whether deliberately or subconsciously. And every time you call those memories up, they get a little fuzzier, requiring your brain to fill in more and more gaps, like swapping in bullfrog DNA to make a Velociraptor. We don't have good hard drives, is my point. Which is ironic because it's actually kind of similar to how AI works, in that these language learning models aren't having independent
AI doesn't
thought
have
so
that
much as
issue.
scraping together existing chunks of ideas and smashing them together like a kid winging it through a spelling bee. And when they start scraping those ideas for new content, and then those ideas, and so on, you wind up with something truly cursed. Our memories are a lot like when ChatGPT was asked to render the exact same image of The Rock over and over and over again, and ended up with this thing. Look at it. Keep looking at it. Don't look away. Look at this thing. Look at it. Looks like if ritual suicide was a Pokemon card. This is all to say that this country has been in a vice-like grip of blinding, unreliable, and increasingly toxic nostalgia, to the point where every single decision at the national level is being fueled by hot rage over the loss of a mythical past when America was a noble, ordered utopia. And there's a really obvious and clear reason that nostalgia has gotten this way. I think the instinct is to assume that we've always been this stuck in the past. Heck, The Onion did a bit about it in 1997. But again, I'm not denying that nostalgia has always existed, but claiming that nostalgia has gotten worse. And I think we all know what's to blame for that.
9/11? Oh my god. Yes, yeah, I would say, you know, I'm sorry, I think it hasn't been the same since 9/11, yeah.
Actually, sort of.
Yeah.
Your joke was correct, but we're getting ahead of ourselves.
9/11 is what I said yesterday. I was like, my mother was like, how I can't put my finger on it, but something's different. And I'm like, yeah. And she's like, I don't know when it's been different from. And I was like, it's been different from 9/11. She was like, that's really cynical. And I was like, but yeah.
Noting that while nostalgia is worse now, it's not the worst it's ever been. Because nostalgia was originally seen as a mental disorder. Specifically, the term was coined way back in the 17th century by Johannes Hofer to explain the symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder in soldiers returning home from combat. But nobody really understood PTSD yet. These were the days when a shell-shocked infantryman would be called jelly-legged and have his ankles removed in debtor's prison or whatever. But while it was a blanket term to cover several symptoms, the word itself more specifically referred to extreme homesickness. The condition
you bastard.
more widely discussed during the Civil War, as soldiers struggled with depression,
It was so
hallucinations,
quick.
and suicidal ideation.
This
Again,
is a bad camp.
All symptoms we
I gotta
now
stay away from this
understand
camp.
are associated with extreme trauma, but were classified at the time as people just really wanting to go back home to a simpler time. You know, before they were being shot at. As mental health understanding began to grow more sophisticated in the 20th century, nostalgia was
I got 460 out of that,
if
nice.
you will, into a broad term for general feelings of wistfulness and longing for a bygone time. Nostalgia as an industry
I don't
was
have
alive
that.
as early as the 70s.
I don't have that. I don't want to go back to the Super Nintendo. I don't want to go back to the fucking 50s. I don't care about Star Wars. Let it die. I don't care about fucking Indiana Jones. Let it die. Like all that stuff in the Memberberry episode, I think I actually evolved when, when Matt and Trey fucking like pointed out that, we're all Memberberry. Remember Boba Fett? Yeah, Pepperidge Farm remembers, and all that. Where Pepperidge Farm remembers, and it's weird. And they did a whole episode about this on South Park, and since then, I'm like, nothing is sacred. I don't want anything that I had before. I think back. You know what I reminisce about when I think back to when I was young? A time when I could do drugs in someone's basement without any judgment from anybody at all, and the drugs worked. Those are the two things that I'm reminiscent about. A time when I could do drugs in someone's basement and nobody cared. And that the drugs worked. Like the methamphetamine worked. Like one hit would get you fucking high. I'm talking fucking high for like 3 days. And I'm not kidding. And I miss that so fucking bad. It's what I live for. I don't have it anymore since the baby boomers took over and stole all the money. I don't have that anymore. So, now I'm just like, Like, the drugs don't work. You know, there's nothing we're chasing anymore. Like, and I'm just like, I don't need to go back to some video game, like, history or past. I play old games, but not because I want to return to them, but because they give me the only thing that I want, which is a game that will play itself, but still is a good RPG, you know? Yeah. I'm gonna go try ants and hope that nobody interferes with me there.
Probably way earlier. Cavemen were probably rebooting the stick puppet shows they saw as a kid. And so today, we mostly understand nostalgia as being really into Thundercats. But it also refers to longing for the days when gas was less than $1 a gallon, or when everything was hair gel and frosted tips, or for some, it's longing for when you could wear a fedora without looking like a dickhead and women.
I remember frosted tips. Frosted tips were a good way to do things, yeah.
Pin and Nat, we're coming back to it in just a few Meat Man reboots. That's a superhero, right? Meat Man? I guess that's all of them, actually. The point is, nostalgia will always be with us. It's fine. But that history sort of also explains why we've had such a huge surge of nostalgia lately. And specifically for anyone born from the late 70s to the early aughts. Because going back to that original trauma definition, well, do you think that perhaps there are a lot of national traumas this generation has been dealing with? Let me think. Oh, right, the 9/11 thing. Yeah, sure. Iraq War. That one, too. Sure. Can't forget The Big Short. School shootings. Don't want to leave out all those dead kids. Oh, COVID. COVID. All right, what else? January 6th. Definitely can't forget the coup, no matter how hard we try. Anything else? That genocide. So... we've really been through a lot together over the past 25 years, is my point. If only there were some way to make us all heal and unite. I wasn't gonna. Jeez. Although if I had, it was gonna be a bitchin'
For me, it's, why can't we be friends? 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 I saw you standing in the unemployment line, and now I yelled at you for drinking all my wine. Why can't we be friends? I like War. I think that is that, or I don't know who wrote Why Can't We Be Friends? Why can't we be? It is War. War is such a fucking good band. I'm gonna pause this fucking recording for just a
of wits, my own worst
I started singing. I'm sorry, I did. They said don't start singing, and I was like, well, but I want to.
They were lit before.
Oh, now I want to again. See, it's
lit was lit. So America has had a wicked run of tragic events. Bursts of violence which we individually have no way to stop or control. Not to mention the constant knowledge that climate change will, of course, make our futures worse. We've talked about it in previous episodes, but everyone is sort of dealing with this in different ways. For conservatives, they've funneled all that anxiety into blaming this unseen cabal of wokes who they believe are actually making things worse. But everyone is kind of on the dissociation spectrum. And the most common tactic was already primed at the start of the millennium. The 2000s began the era of endless sequels, which in the late 2000s blossomed into reboots on top of those sequels, into the 2020s era of meta reboots and sequels where the characters seem aware of what they are doing. Endless crossovers and nonsense cinematic universes and so on. We don't have to sit here and complain about the state of blockbusters, mainly because we already have. But this is all to say that since Marvel released Iron Man in 2008, we've had 2 Spider-Man reboots, 2 Batman reboots, 2 Superman reboots, 2 Indiana Jones
Marvel
sequels, 3 Lord of the Rings prequels, and a TV show and another film on the way.
Yeah, when all the cash grabs got like really big. I don't know, I liked the last bit of the Harry Potter movies. I thought they were good.
a half Harry Potter series, 5 Star Wars movies, about a dozen canceled Star Wars movies, 3 Alien movies and a TV show, a Men in Black sequel, and a Men in Black reboot, and endless Disney live-action reboots, which are the same movies they released 30 years ago, only bad and longer. Over at DC, they're actually remaking an entire cinematic universe. Oh, and there's also been 2 Ninja Turtles reboots, 2 Transformers reboots, a Charlie's Angels
Yeah,
reboot.
no thank you for any of it. Yeah, that's why I was like, yeah, I would like to let Star Wars die. I just don't care about this. I don't need this to happen again.
A new Space Jam that was the cinematic equivalent.
I can't believe I just said I don't care about Star Wars, because I do. I know a lot about the Star Wars universe, quite a lot. But I don't care. That's the problem. I don't care. I don't view it as this sacred story or this thing that I need to return to in my youth that's always sacred. Sure, it's given me guidance and, you know, it was a strong thing in my life, all of my life since I was 7 years old. And I love it, and I would rewatch it many more times. But do I need it to be there? I don't think so. I think I took the ethos that I needed to take from it, my impressions that I needed to take from it.
Of walking through Blockbuster and pointing at things.
Yeah, like, can't we get new stuff?
Games prequel and a second reboot on the way, Father of the Bride and Cheaper by the Dozen, a Red Sonja and Conan remake, A Star is Born, a Mummy
that
Dark
Conan remake. I like the beginning of it, and then it just sucked. The beginning was super good with the kid. I was like, oh, if it stays like this, it could be so good. Like kind of how you know, like, what's that Australian one? Mad Max, right? Mad Max didn't equivocate really. It just kept going hard the whole way. And the Conan was like really good at the start for like 20 minutes. The kid was like breaking away from some village and there's this whole crew of people trying to kill him. And it was super good. He was like doing battle and stuff. And then eventually it was just bad. It was just bad.
Universe reboot attempt, which was rebooted with an...
That kid carried that movie and he's the only thing I remember about it at all. And I'm sure he knows it too.
Invisible Man and a Wolf Man. Nosferatu technically counts.
I mean, who is the star in that fucking that Conan remake? Oh, what's that sound? Oh, somebody fighting goblins? Yeah, somebody fighting goblins. It's Earth Elemental Weather.
Power Rangers reboot, a Tomb Raider
Benicio del Toro, Anthony Hopkins, and the Wolfman
reboot, a Dread reboot,
the Dread reboot. Jesus Christ, Power Rangers. Remember when they redid Cowboy Bebop? You can't redo Cowboy Bebop. Cowboy Bebop was a fucking movement. You can't redo it.
Scoob, a Roadhouse reboot with a sequel on the...
All right, time to rock steady. And that was more cool than the entire remake. The first 3 seconds of the fucking pillows ripping their fucking cords and stuff and fucking Cowboy Bebop is more creative than the entire remake. The first 3 seconds of... All right, it's about time to rock steady. That first 5 seconds has more personality than the whole Cowboy Bebop remake. I don't know how that's possible. They dumped so much money into it, but it's still, and I like watching it, but it still wasn't the same thing. It wasn't the same feeling. It wasn't well done. The writing was forgettable. The stuff in the show was forgettable. You didn't relate to the character the way I do, like Spike Spiegel and motherfucking original Cowboy Bebop. We didn't need a Cowboy Bebop remake.
The way
I never liked Scooby-Doo in the first fucking place. It was a bad 70s hippy dippy cartoon where they were like these like stone teenagers wander around and like all the time, and it's just dumb. And the dog, and it was a dumb cartoon to start with, and then it just like became this thing for 5 generations, and I don't really understand that. I think Scooby-Doo belonged 1971 to 1978. I still believe this. When you look at the dressing, the way that Matthew Lillard dresses in the Scooby-Doo movies, you can understand that it's like actually a 70s retro thing. And like, yeah, and it's cool, you know, but like all those 70s shows, they didn't age too well. But for some reason, you thought Scooby-Doo, which was a shaky premise show to begin with. It's like 3 teenagers, and there's a whole like weird bisex element going on there. They're all in a van. And they're all like hippy dippy kids, and they're like, but one's sort of a straight who dresses like a sailor, and it was such a weird 70s show. And there was like a dog, and the dog was stoned, and he talked about Scooby snacks all the time, which was some weird like thing for all the drugs that they supposedly do. But it was actually this harmless kids thing where they come to town, they meet the Monster of the Week. It was a Monster of the Week show, and then they beat the Monster of the Week, and it's always some old meddling dude who's like, you meddling kids and stuff. And it had a funny like repeatable simple cartoon thing, because they were trying to repeat like the Popeye like serial premise, but it was a crappy 70s show that shouldn't have existed, kind of like Fat Albert. It didn't really have a lot of depth to it. It was entertaining, I'm sure, for about 7 years in the 70s when, you know, when those cartoons were brand new, you know. But by the time I got to it, and by 1989, I was like, no, this cartoon fucking sucks. It fucking sucks. I knew it by the age of 8 years old. I was like, no, Scooby-Doo fucking sucks. The old one sucks. The new one sucks. The premise sucks. It's like some kids go around and they're scared by ghosts, and then they figure out it's some old creeper. The premise sucked. It was like kind of creeper. It was like, honestly, the premise of Scooby-Doo has always bummed me out, because I've watched it a lot. Like, it bums me out, because it's like, not, I like Casper the Ghost, but see, that seems kind of like racist, sort of. But Casper the Ghost was like a lost ghost who was always making a friend. Like, there's a Canadian show about a dog that just goes and makes friends with everybody, and that I kind of relate with. But Scooby-Doo was like, go to the ghost town, get scared by the dude dressed up as a ghost. It was a dumb premise. It was a bad show. I really didn't like it. I didn't think it was ever funny. It had a laugh track, which was just fucking terrible. It was terrible. It was a cartoon with a laugh track, as I recall. It was fucking terrible. Or maybe I'm just putting it in on top of it. And the animation sucked. And the voices were goofy and dumb. And, like, that's what cartoons are. But this is like, I mean, come on, man. Like, Scooby-Doo in its original form, it was a cool show that kind of showed that other realities existed and stuff, and had cool stuff in it. But it was also this low quality cartoon that never should have existed. That's what I'm not getting at. Like, how, like, I don't think Scooby-Doo is a bad cartoon. I don't think it is. I think the fact that it lived 60 years is really bad, because it's this crappy serial from the 70s that has no plot. You barely remember the characters' names, and it is iconic, but it's not like this end all be all thing that they made it, and they kept making like 10 more remakes of it, which is so dumb. There's now so many. So, like, my niece, I mean, she's not my niece, but she's like one of my best friend's little girls. I helped raise her from the age of like 3 till like, I don't know, like 7 or something like that. And like, she kept putting on Scooby-Doo, but it was like this like 2015 version. She was like, you like Scooby-Doo? And I was like, I guardedly was like, yes. Yes, in theory, I like Scooby-Doo. I think it was a cool hippie show, yeah. And she's like, yeah, it's a cool hippie show with all these hippie kids and they go chasing ghosts. She was aware of it. I was like, yeah, it's a cool hippie show where they go chasing ghosts and stuff. Yeah, it's cool. And, like, you know, and it's cool. That's what Scooby-Doo is. But we didn't need Scooby-Doo 2015 with Matthew Lillard or whatever. We don't need that. We never did. It's this shit. This shit is so dumb. Jacob's Ladder times 2 with Michael Bialy or whatever. Michael Bailey, I don't even know how to say that name. Jesse Williams and Nikki, there's these people I don't know.
Jacob's Ladder remake.
Alicia Vikander as Lara Croft in Tomb Raider. Do we need another fucking Tomb Raider? Didn't what's her name redo already way too much? The Crow, they redid The Crow. The Crow is sacred ground. You shouldn't have raped the premise of The Crow, because The Crow was a very sacred movie. It's not like all these other movies, even Tron Legacy and stuff. It's not like Harry Potter or any of that other stuff. The Crow was a sacred movie because Brandon Lee's little boy, remember, he was a little boy once. Brandon Lee's little boy, fucking Jason Lee, got fucking, was that his name? Yeah, Jason Lee, isn't it, I think? Yeah, Jason Lee got fucking murdered on set because somebody, and we always suspected that it might be the Yakuza, but we don't really know, because we heard that, you know, that maybe Bruce might have had some stuff with the gangs, and we don't know, but the assumption is the fucking gangs came in, pissed off at his father, and they put a live round in the scene where the Crow gets shot at by a whole bunch of blank rounds in a fucking boardroom meeting. And it's in a boardroom. And I've seen that movie 50 times or something, and there's like a boardroom. And like, that's one of the reasons that makes the movie so special. And The Crow was really sacred. You shouldn't have touched it, you fucking Hollywood cocksucker hacks. I would say it right to your fucking face, and yeah, I'll say it right to your face in the same room as you. I'm not Courage the Cowardly Dog. What is it? I'm not that comedian dog that just like razzes you all the time. I just know how damaging this shit was. Scoob. They don't even put a Y at the end of it. They're like Scoob, and this one's like a crappy one with Birdman in it. They're like here's Scooby Doo and another crappy premise that we still don't need. There's like Astro Dog and Birdman there in the fucking background. Astro Dog and Birdman meets Scoob on May 15, 2020, 2069.
Mansion reboot, 2 Ghostbusters.
A Roadhouse reboot with Jake Gyllenhaal. We don't need that. I can't believe Take It Outside. I can't believe you did that.
Reboots.
Jake Gyllenhaal is not of the same caliber as motherfucking sexy Julian. I'm just kidding. Sexy, you're so sexy. Roadhouse. Every time I think of Roadhouse, I think of fucking Trailer Park Boys and Bubbles making fun of rest in peace. What's his name? The actor, Patrick Swayze. Roadhouse. Oh, Julian, you're so sexy. He had a puppet, and he was talking to Julie on a Trailer Park Boys, and he was like, "Oh, Julian, you're so sexy," for like Patrick Swayze from Roadhouse. And now there's like a Roadhouse 1 and a Roadhouse 2. There's a Roadhouse 1 and a Roadhouse 2. Fucking sacrilege. Oh my fucking god. There's a Roadhouse 1 and a Roadhouse 2. And they're both hack jobs. Poor Jake Gyllenhaal. How many hundreds of millions of dollars does he take just so you can sell his micro slop?
Predator.
Fucking micro slop, because it's like, it's a micro movie. If you paid attention to it for more than 20 minutes, you might take serious mental damage. He himself will tell you if you watch Nightcrawler for more than 20 minutes, you'll take serious mental damage. That's what makes it so good.
Reboots or spin-offs or something. The Naked Gun sequel.
I can't believe Liam Neeson got to redo. I mean, Liam Neeson and fucking, what's his name? Dracula Dead and Loving It guy, Leslie Nielsen. They were both alive at the same time like 10 years ago. Why should Liam Neeson get to continue the career of fucking Leslie Nielsen? And by the way, just like fucking the Crow, where Jason Lee gave up his life to make a movie, Leslie Nielsen gave up his life to bring slapstick to fucking Hollywood after Hollywood killed it to death when they lost Charlie Chaplin. And we love Leslie Nielsen, everything he ever did, even the really bad ones, we really still love. Even Police Squad, Files from the Police Squad, was fucking hilarious and a breath of fresh air, I must say, on primetime television and stuff. I don't need Liam Neeson to jump in 10 years after Leslie Nielsen is gone to replace him, to bring back Frank Drebin from fucking Police Files. I don't fucking need that. I don't need Frank Drebin from fucking Police Files. It was good enough. Good enough when Leslie Nielsen did it. I will troll I don't need another Ghostbusters. It was good enough when Bill Murray did it. I don't need another Pirates of the Caribbean. You never did nail it the first time. I don't need another Roadhouse. It's not the fucking 70s. I don't need another Predator. I know you really want Jason X versus Predator versus fucking aliens or whatever, and I don't need another fucking Predator or another Aliens. We have the best Predator movie ever made, which is Predator 2, starring Danny Glover, opposite all those crazy dudes on cocaine in Los Angeles versus the Predator. That is the greatest Predator movie ever made, better than the Schwarzenegger one. And we don't need another Predator because we already had a stinker that damn near missed being bad. But no, Predator 2 is a fucking classically, seriously good fucking horror movie. It's seriously good. If you don't know the Predator universe, Predator 2 will fucking spread your mind. Predator 2 opens, I can tell you, I've seen it so many times. It opens up with fucking some crazy gang war in Los Angeles, and there's 60 v 60 brawl with submachine guns out there in the fucking middle of the day. It's 9:30 in the afternoon. There's some apartment complexes caught up in it and stuff. Everybody's selling crack to each other and stuff. And all these people start wasting each other with machine guns and shit. And it really is like Mario Vassar 80s and stuff. It was kind of crazy. And then the Predator shows up in the middle of it. it and strings up somebody and eats him or whatever the fuck the Predator does, I forget. And then Danny Glover gets onto the Predator. And then it just gets darker from there. Eventually it ends up with Danny Glover like traveling through the slums of South Central to this dark, deep place that nobody's been to for like 80 years, where there's this crazy alien ship, and the Predator is stalking him through the buildings, and the gang members are stalking him through the buildings, and he's got this machine gun and a couple of pistols and shit, and the Predator, he wounds the Predator pretty good, like midway through. The Predator, I remember the best scene in the movie is the Predator gets wounded, he gets shot in the fucking eye, and it's fucking awesome. Like, fuck the Predator, you know? Fuck the Predator. 2 was such a better movie than 1. I already had the best Predator movie. I don't need you to do it again. There was not even a good Pirates of Caribbean movie, or I would say do it again, but I mean, you never should have done it in the first fucking place. Fuck Pirates of the Caribbean. Pirates of the Caribbean is entirely just, you know, Johnny Depp in the fucking, you know, in the fucking, in the years that he was hanging out with Hunter S. Thompson. So he was just throwing this crazy Pirates performance, but the rest of the 5 movies that you made in the Pirates of the Caribbean series, I don't care about her. I don't care about Orlando Bloom. I don't care about the other pirates or any of the dudes or the Kraken or any stupid shit. Apparently I care about the Kraken and the rolling wheel, the hilarious rolling wheel that Johnny Depp runs on and stuff. But I mean, as for a movie, the Pirates of the Caribbean fucking sucks. It fucking sucks. The story sucked. Like, it wasn't good for a kid's movie because it had way too much adult stuff in it. It just wasn't really good, but Johnny Depp was good. Johnny Depp as Jack Sparrow has always been fucking classic. Jar of Dirt. You know, he gave us I've got a jar of dirt. Because that's how absurd this stupid-ass movie was. He was like, I've got a jar of dirt. I've got a jar of dirt. And he was just, like, giving out some of the best Hollywood performances we've ever had. Because the movie sucks so bad, though he needs to talk about a jar of dirt. If you believe that Pirates of the Caribbean is fucking good, I'm going to refer to Jar of Dirt, bitch. You're wrong. You're wrong. I didn't need another Pirates of the Caribbean. The first one wasn't good. Fucking Hollywood. Hollywood sucks dick now. They can't produce anything at all. The last good movie I saw was Baz Luhrmann. Baz Luhrmann has to save Hollywood. God forbid that. I mean, it's so hard to sit through a Baz Luhrmann movie, but they're still fucking way better than anything Hollywood can do. You know, Wes Anderson maybe. Nope, not even him. Okay, here's another example of the Marvel thing. So here's a bit of Hollywood media stuff, because I can just roll on about this all day and all fucking night. I don't need somebody else. That's one of the reasons why I like Speed so much, is I'll just rev up like this and fire off for like an hour. I don't care. So here's my thing about this, right? I've got a thing and I want to talk about this. I want to talk about Marvel and Hollywood, and I want to talk about Wes Anderson. Why did Wes Anderson make the last 5 films that he made besides Moonrise Kingdom? I mean, or Grand Budapest, right? Grand Budapest was the last thing he did that was super good. Now there's been like 4 more. And like, you know, it's not bottle rocket quality even, really. It's not even like Darjeeling quality. It's not Wes Anderson how he used to be. It's cash grab era. Oh, Marvel happens, so I just cash grab my weird sense of Wes Anderson stuff. But I mean, when you consider The Life Aquatic, and my favorite film of all time is Moonrise Kingdom. It's just, to me, the perfect film. There's no negativity in it. There's like a good ending, you know, everything's good. There's young love in it and all this beautiful stuff about the future and shit. I like Moonrise Kingdom. I thought it was a beautifully made film with all kinds of beautiful, you know, Wes Anderson whimsy. I think my best friend's favorite film is The Life of Steve Buscemi. or Zusso, excuse me, Zusso, and I think that's a good film too. And there's lots of good Wes Anderson and stuff, but I need to know why Wes Anderson made the last like 3 films that he made, because you don't go from, you know, Royal Tenenbaums to what's the last Wes Anderson movie? Oh, am I dying? No, not at all. I'm zoning. Oops, I'm down here. No, I'm leaving. No, I have no intention on taking these. Yeah, flee, please. What was Wes Anderson's most recent film? The Phoenician Scheme. Now, this was a good film. I liked it, but it wasn't like the Royal Tenenbaums or even like a Moonrise or even like a fucking, you know, a Grand Budapest or anything like this. You know, I might not appear to be hipster, but I'm fucking hipster. I'll wheel and deal hipster fucking films. Like, for instance, I fucking hate the fact that the Coen brothers did, oh god, what's that whiny ass bitch movie about the fucking folk singer movie? The Coen brothers, right? Yeah. Coen brothers, folk singer, right? Film. I hate this film. This film really, really annoys me. It's Llewyn Davis, right? I was like, Jesus Christ, everything the Coen brothers has ever done is fucking amazing. And so is Llewyn Davis. But I don't like Llewyn Davis. I was in the folk rock scene in Denver, and I think the fucking shit that they did, I think it was a depressing movie. There was a lot of terrible, depressing stuff. Loser ass, like, folk singer puts up with a lot of hilarious ass comedy and stuff. And it was a great premise, but I mean, I hate Llewyn Davis. I thought it was a mar on the Coen brothers. And, you know, even later they came back and proved they still had real strong power with Ballad of Buster Scruggs, and I don't think I don't know. It's hard to say. Going from Inside Llewyn Davis to fucking Buster Scruggs or even True Grit, I don't really understand that. Like, True Grit and Buster Scruggs were so fucking good, but Inside Llewyn Davis, if you've ever been a lead singer, it was painful. I had you ever been a struggling folk musician? Because I have, and if you've ever been there, like, man, this film hit hard. It was like, Jesus Christ, it's not that bad to be a lead singer. It's not that fucking bad, you know. Feed the cat, motherfucker, feed the cat. It was an interesting movie, but it was like, god damn, how did you go from you know, it's weird. So they throw stinkers. Even, you know, I actually really genuinely liked what is him, Get the Greek, or was not Get the Greek, is what is it? It's Hail Caesar. Hail Caesar. Hail Caesar was a genuinely fucking super good classic Hollywood film that is just cut straight from the Hollywood cloth that I really, really loved. And I don't really understand how they did Inside Llewyn Davis inside the same 5 years as fucking, you know, but they are super geniuses like that. They came up with so much stuff so quickly. But it's weird, some of their stuff really missed with me, and that's the problem with the Marvelized Hollywood. When you look at the stuff that's on his screen here,
in fact, there are studies showing that we tend to forget the negative emotions of a memory faster than the positive ones. And at least one psychologist believes toys or games
It skipped me back. It gets worse. I don't need a film that's the Battleship, but they've been doing that since the 80s. They've been doing G.I. Joe and Battleship movies since the 80s, since I was like 5 years old. I liked the remake of Robin Hood actually quite a lot. But I don't need this. No. And I like the Russell Crowe remake of Robin Hood, and it was kind of shitty, but I mean, they were good actors.
Been made since 2000. Oh, also, there was a House Party, that Old Boy remake. There was a Shaft sequel, a soft Ocean's 11 reboot, an Evil Dead reboot, Eli Roth's Death Wish, Point Break, Poltergeist, Red Dawn.
It's like they have to like employ these people to keep Hollywood going, but none of them are talented, which is like, I don't really understand that. If I was gonna make a Hollywood movie, I think I would try to do some kind of contained event where an arsonist tries to start a fire in the center of Times Square, or yeah, maybe I would have to debate it a bit, but either Times Square or Central Station or Fifth Avenue, one of the three, and there's like an arsonist who's trying to plan a rather large conflagration in the middle of the fucking sidewalk on the street, and then all the people that get involved with it to try to stop him as he starts it, and how maybe he's armed and he takes a hostage or something. But I want to make it one of those crappy movies where you're like trapped in the back of the fucking car, back of the car with a cell phone and stuff. But I want them to like stop the arsonist before the fire goes off. And that would be cool. I think that would be a cool premise for a film. Like, how do you stop a terrorist event from happening? I mean, they mess with movies like that. What's wrong with that? It's a creative film. I don't know. It would have to be something about stopping a crisis, a really bad one. I'd have to do better than fire, I think. But stop a crisis in a way where the public feels like they're involved and their interests are represented in the film, as opposed to some scriptwriter's interest. You write it like a hit piece. You know, one that comes to mind is like I Care a Lot, right? I Care a Lot is a pretty good film. And that was a great film that hit pretty hard about what happens if you get sued and some lawyer takes your house, especially if you're elderly. But it was more about what happens if a lawyer sues you and takes your house and everything you own. Like we make fun of that, like a lawyer will sue you and take everything you own. But we joke about this. Now, I'm better geared than the last 7 guys who ran past me. I have better gear than them, and they can't handle it. These guys hate me. I don't care either. I'm going to take this Helm Beetle, and I'm going to go, like, do my shit. You guys are going to go grind that endgame shit. Go have fun. Yep.
On RoboCop, totally.
Evil Dead. I thought the remake of some of Romero's stuff was good.
Recall, The Running Man, Overboard, the remake, Resident Evil, Welcome to Raccoon City, a Star Trek universe reboot, and a ton of lukewarm.
Oh my god, there's this. I realize now that I've seen this that there's so many movies that I just will not watch on principle.
Series and films in that reboot, a Matrix reboot, a Suicide Squad reboot, to a Suicide Squad film made 4 years earlier, Firestarter and It, and Children of the Corn and Carrie.
Hey, can we get some new shit?
The Dark Tower, The Toxic Avenger, The Craft Legacy with David Duchovny, a Pet Sematary sequel with David Duchovny.
Brett Pell, no.
Other Pet
But David Duchovny pay for his cocaine habit, buy his Children of the Corn.
And Witchboard, 3 Terminator reboots.
Witchboard.
A thrilling world.
3 Terminator reboots suck dick, all 3 of them. No, wait, there was one that I liked that was done by Cameron that was good, and it was the stupid one with, or was it Nolan? One of those stupid Terminator movies was Salvation, something. Yeah, I think it was Salvation, but Salvation with Christian Bale. You think Christian Bale makes bad movies? I don't think he does. I thought Salvation was actually genuinely fucking good. It was a terrible movie, but it was a good movie. Wait, this guy's gonna kill me. Oh no, I have to run. Run! Nope, I'm out. The holy killed me. Why did it have to be a holy for 400 damage, you son of a bitch? I can't seem to solo anything that gives XP. I don't really understand it.
Reimagining, a Beetlejuice Legacy sequel, a sequel to a Halloween reboot, and a requel, which is a sequel reboot. A reboot.
Well, yeah, but that was different. That was Rob Zombie trying to do Halloween, and it had been, you know... I don't know. They did H2O. H2O sucked. But I mean, I like the Halloween reboots almost more than the original movies, though.
The remake of The Grudge, The First Omen, and a prequel to The Omen, The Exorcist Believer, a failed Legacy reboot, a DuckTales.
Yeah, like a DuckTales, another one. Oh no, look how crappy the art is. Can't you draw DuckTales right? This is like some cracked out fucking second grader. Like, oh my god.
And Zero Blade films.
And Zero Blade films, yeah. As long as it's not black.
Stagnated is my point. At least when it comes to mainstream culture. And millennials and Gen X specifically. You don't
Yeah,
need me to tell you
as
all.
long as it's not black. And I didn't like Blade in the first place. Blade was such a cheeseball film. It was good for a romp in the summer if you were 13 and you were buying a soda with your popcorn and stuff. It was good. That one time I saw it, then it was like, okay, I don't ever want to see Blade ever again. I'm terribly sorry. I know you guys seem to really think that Blade was super good. And it was a well-made film. But it wasn't, like, remember Blade? Remember Blade? No, I don't remember Blade enough to fucking pine for it. I don't need Blade to fuck my mother 25 years later. No.
That. You know that already. And while I love blaming things on 9/11, like how I was
Me
late
too. I mean, it's all 9/11.
file my taxes.
It's all 9/11 from here.
This year. It's not the only reason for this. Yes, we have all undergone multiple collective traumas that only seem to get worse, which encourages us to escape.
I like
into our
Cody. I think he's
nostalgia
one of the
like
best minds on the fucking the platform really right now. He did well too.
Womb, but that womb had to be available in the first place. That womb was opened up, which I'm now realizing is a disgusting metaphor that I regret committing to. Let's do some ads. Remember ads? Oh, we love ads. We'll do some ads, maybe for Street Sharks, and then we'll return to talk about the second component to this nostalgia problem and how it became toxic and the very worst place it's all heading.
Vin Diesel did an ad for Street Sharks. Uh-oh. I remember Street Sharks, that piece of shit. Vin Diesel. Street Sharks. Oh no. Oh no! Vin Diesel, did they get you young? Oh yeah, like look at him. Like there's no woman in the world that wouldn't sleep with him when at that age. He just had that thing that cracks ladies' locks. It was ladies love Vin's. It was LLVD. Ladies love Vin Diesel.
Looking at Boomer.
Yep.
This is Boomer. He's got the biggest mouth of them all. He's the whale shark. Say hello to that round mound of pound and his power slam. Very deadly.
Is that a
he loves
fucking
to tenderize the competition before he eats him. Then we've got Sledge the Hammerhead.
He actually really is nerding out. It's hilarious. I really like authenticity. I mean, I mean, yeah. If you like this shit, cool. It's shark meatheads in latex, you idiot.
The Hammerhead loves to floor the competition with the flying headbutt.
With the blind
You got me?
headbutt.
He's the leader of the Street Sharks. He's a great warrior. He's got the feel real shark skin, and his special power is the right hand roundhouse punch. He sends the competition to a watery grave. Boom!
He sends the competition to a watery grave.
Tell you, I want to show you something up close and personal. I've got something here with such
The
big
shark
ass-
puns. Look at the shark puns that they wrote for this guy. I mean, we're talking about, Pitch Black here. This is motherfucking, this is Riddick. They got to give Riddick good lines, so all these shark puns.
Blow you away.
Too many shark puns. Too many shark puns. Don't stop. Too many shark puns. Don't stop. Oh my god.
Hand shark!
That is cool. If you're a fucking psycho. You guys always wonder how rapists are made. It's because they play with toys like this when they're like 5.
Rocky Balboa action.
Yeah, like if there was a rape toy, this would be it.
Roundhouse punch.
Roundhouse punch.
Competition to a watery
He's
grave.
punching a Ninja Turtle. How did you get the rights for this? I'll sue you. You have your crazy shark toy that's in. By the way, in the competition, you're the competition, shark bitch, and you have him socking a Ninja Turtle with a fucking with some kind of wig from Troll Dolls, and it's like, I'm sorry, but Michelangelo is not a joke. Michelangelo is so much fucking cooler than this fucking shark bitch.
Boom!
Boom!
Yeah.
It's roided up sharks, just like you. It's roided up Vin Diesel selling roided up sharks.
Tell you, I want to show you something up close and personal.
Roided up sharks and my shark puns.
here with such fantastic detail, it's gonna blow you away.
Fantastic detail. Fantastic. Fantastic detail, bitch.
Hand shark!
Hand shark! He's gonna give you a hand job.
Rocky Balboa.
I'm gonna go punch my sister. Go punch your sister, young men. Go punch your sister. It's your duty to the shark god. Blood for the blood shark. I can't believe how dumb you guys are. It's so dumb. Just the schlock that you tuned it up to 12. And it's like, oh man, at past 10, it's hard for me to stop smiling. It hurts my face. Please stop turning the schlock up to 12. I can't handle it past 10. It hurts my face. You see it? You see the fucking grin on my face. The schlock. It makes my grin. It turns into a cringe, and the cringe hurts my face. And you turn the schlock of Vin Diesel up to shark level 12, and it hurts my face. It hurts my fucking face. The schlock. It's all over my face.
Stay tuned. Remember the movie Stay Tuned?
I do. It was my favorite film for 7 years. It really was like my favorite film. I was like, what if television became movies and everything broke the fourth wall or third wall or I don't know, 69th wall or whatever. I don't care about the 69th wall. Show me television fighting with movies. And let's put some fly girls from fucking In Living Color in the middle of it. Maybe have a music video in the middle of it.
It's the beginning of the middle of September. You know
it's the beginning of the middle of September. Oh my God, it is.
That means
he means 9/11.
It's the fall-coated end of summer. Almost time to get sick 3 to 5 times over the next 6 months. And when you're
almost time to get sick 3 to 5 times over the next month.
Stuck in bed with nothing to do other than read.
I don't get sick. I don't draw. I don't get sick.
The news.
You know I don't. I got sick, I guess, like where I'm like, I got a headache and I gotta lie down because I've drank too much or something. But I don't get sick, do I? I'm not, I guess I did with like some hospital-induced pneumonia and COVID. But that was it. Like in the last 4 years, I've been sick once in 4 years or something. And it's about to be another 10 or something.
I recommend ground news.
Famous last words. But no, I really mean like I would like to be sick. My body is too strong for that. I'm just too much of a god, I guess. But I mean, I'm immune to getting sick now because of whatever stupid ass flu I got when I was like 23 or whatever it was, like 26, something, I forget.
A website and app we specifically wanted to sponsor us, which you can access.
I forget because the disease fucking fried my brain.
It
wasn't me and the drugs. When I was a child, I had a fever. I caught a fleeting glimpse.
QR code on
out of the corner of my eye.
Screen. They gather news from hundreds of sources and compare coverage. I've been working with ground news for a long time, and that is
I don't care. Bump it.
Pedophile guy in it. Stay tuned. I mean, we were talking about Stay Tuned before the break. Remember?
Oh yeah, was that guy a pedophile? Because I really always thought of him as one.
Also, before the break, we were discussing as a family how this country has undergone a series of traumatic events that's made it very easy for us to escape into our fuzzy and rosy memories of the past. Specifically boosted by studio executives.
You know what show I watched recently that I really like? It's called The Killing. And it's like this awesome Pacific Northwest show about this poor girl named Rosie Larson that gets murdered in season 1. And then all the congressional cover-ups afterwards. And that's a good show. It's just a good show. I don't think it needs to relate to anything that has to do with what we're watching or anything like that. I mean, we were talking about television, I guess. I would just like to say that The Killing is a good show. I like it. I've seen it like 5 times or something. That show's really good.
Pushing remakes and sequels.
There's like this young, hot FBI girl, and there's like young, hot, like homicide detective dude, and they're like ripping off X-Files like over and over, just shamelessly. They're like ripping off X-Files, but they're pulling it off pretty well. And like, you know, and he quotes rap lyrics, and she's constantly worried about having to move out of town or something because she's like tired of being a homicide cop or whatever and seeing people like Rosie Larson get killed. And it's actually super fucking good. And then in the second and third season, you begin to realize that it goes all the way to City Hall as usual.
adaptations. It's nobody's fault except for George Lucas and Osama bin...
No, it's not George Lucas. The first person to really do this would have been reruns, right? So since the 60s and the 70s, they've been running the same 50 shows or something, and they rerun them to any new generation. It doesn't matter if the generation will watch it, they'll sell it. They don't care. They've got rights to it. They don't have to pay anybody much more. You know, they're all dead. And like and Gilligan's Island, I Love Lucy. There's a whole bunch of them. Night Court was on Nick at Night. Anything that was on Nick at Night, they murdered those shows. They played them so much, and they are at fault. I don't need another Gilligan's Island. I don't need another rerun. I need something new. I need something new. I really do. I don't need another rerun. I really don't. You know? Anyways, I'm going to play something else now. Let's play... Oh, God. Yeah, like, Overwatch got too toxic, so I'll play some Fortnite.
Bin Laden. Just those two. Oh, and Al Gore, inventor of the internet. Those three. Because that's the second component.
I will.
To all of this, the merging element that created the perfect storm of nostalgia.
Celebrate good times. You know, my dispensary friend and I, we made a joke about this particular scene that he's quoting right here, where he was like, he was quoting the fact that Simpsons was there was a writer on The Simpsons, Conan O'Brien, and stuff, and I was like, Conan O'Brien's so good. He wrote the Al Gore episode. You know, I quoted the Al Gore episode, and I was like, celebrate good times. Someone finally bought my book. And then I made fun of I went on, I just kept making fun of, I kept like linking Simpsons jokes, and it kind of threw his mind for a loop. But I was like, yes, I know every cultural reference that you mentioned.
The World Wide Web.
I'm like some kind of retarded, backwards ass, autistic savant, you know, full blown Asperger's, and I know my cultural references. Like this one is very funny. This one's very funny. This is the Scholastic First Discovery book, where they try to introduce the internet to kids, and it's just a copy of an AOL disc.
Cyberspace, the net. Remember the net?
I do. I love the net, and I don't know why I love the net, but if you're about 45 years old, you really love Sandra Bullock and her initial performance of the net. How did you become so good so fast, Sandra Bullock? You were a complete non-entity. We had no idea who you were. You went on to be Miss Congeniality and a bunch of other really good shit, Speed and all this other stuff, right? But Sandra Bullock, out of nowhere, totally backed by Hollywood, she was such a good actress, and the net was so good. So you could have a life where you might sit in front of a computer and call up a pizza using your DSL modem, or whatever, 56K more likely, 56K modem. And I lived a life where I ordered a pizza off a 56K modem once. I actually did that. And it was like, yeah, we're going to live lives soon where the internet solves all of our problems, and we're going to order pizza off the internet. We're going to put that on our Hollywood films because it's so crazy that it actually blows our mind back then. But these days, if you watch the net, you're like, oh, wow, they're bragging about being able to order a pizza on 56K over AOL. And you're like, oh, no, these are all terms from 1993. Lord, deliver me from 1993, which was goddamn, I mean, I'm not kidding, 33 years ago or whatever that is. Yes, 93 to 03 to 13 to 23. It is. It's like 30. It's like some 33 odd years ago. And like, remember, ordering a pizza online used to be Hollywood level of content because that's the first thing they show on the net. And I still remember it. I was like, oh my God, Sandra Bullock from the net. She doesn't have a job. Not really. She works at home. She doesn't have any friends. All of her friends are online. She's a totally online net personality. And I was like, you can do that. You can do that. You can be Ghost in the Shell, but real. I was like, you could be Ghost in the Shell, but real. Because Ghost in the Shell had just hit, Adult Swim, I think. And it was just kind of, or maybe a little later, but it was still kind of like that. I was like, I can live on the net forever. And back then it used to be like, oh man, living on the net means ordering pizza over 56K instead of calling somebody up on the phone and telling them a credit card number, you know?
See, while our actual memory...
We used to do that. You guys are used to carding and freaking and stuff like this and all these terrible things, hacking and stuff, right? But like we grew up in an era where you used to call up some stranger at the Chinese restaurant and hand them your lifeline, which was your credit card number with your expiration date. And you'd be like, let me get $36 worth of fucking mushu pork or whatever, and orange chicken. And they're like, okay, yeah. And then you hand your credit card to somebody you've never met before over a phone. You have no idea what they did with it. And they did do things with it. No, I'm not talking about the people at the Chinese restaurant. I'm talking about lots of people. Lots of people did a lot of things with this. But I mean, that used to be a really big deal. It was really advanced if you could call someone up on the phone, dictate your credit card number to them over the phone. And you can still do this today. You can still call up and dictate a phone number. They'll take it from, or dictate a credit card number. I just wouldn't advise it. I wouldn't advise calling somebody up and dictating your credit card number to them. But I mean, like, you could do that. You could call up Sears and be like, look, I actually really need a barbecue. I need you to send me the best barbecue that you got. What's the most expensive barbecue you've got? And then, I'm rich. I need your best barbecue. And they're like, oh, it's this $3,300 George Foreman deal. You're like, okay, yeah. Do I get George Foreman with that? And they're like, yeah, if you buy 2, yeah, we'll get George Foreman down here. And you're like, okay, give me 2. And so they send George Foreman down there with 2 barbecues or whatever. I'm kidding. And like, and you're like, oh man, I just blew like fucking $9,000 on fucking Sears Roebuck. But I mean, you can still hand your credit card number to them over the phone. But we've come to an age now where you get really nervous to do that. I don't do it often. I haven't done it in years. Like, I get really nervous. I don't think I would ever dictate my credit card over a phone ever again. But there was this period for about 27 years, since when I was like 5 years old or something like that, until I was like 28, where it was very, very normal to call up the Chinese restaurant down the road and hand them your entire identity. And we wonder why cybercrime was so bad. And it's not just, and I'm not aiming at Chinese people. I'm really not. I'm aiming at cybercrime. I don't think it has anything to do with Chinese people, actually. It's just a lot of people stealing credit cards. I think it's not just Chinese people. I think it's everybody. Everybody was stealing credit cards for like 50 years. They got used to it, but then the security got good, and now they can't steal credit card numbers anymore. And I don't know what they're going to do. They can't buy Bitcoin with those stolen credit card numbers anymore. Not really. Not with codes and chips and stuff like that. They can't actually do it anymore. What are they going to do? The mafia went online and they're all software hackers, like that movie The Net.
Are fuzzy. All the TV shows and movies and commercials themselves have been perfectly preserved thanks to this internet. VH1 gave us some nostalgia with I Love the 70s, I Love the 80s, I Love the 90s, and fucking I Love the aughts. But then Al Gore gave us the internet, so now literally all of us are able to do I love the everything, all of it. All the time. I love just all of it.
I love all of it.
The entirety of human thought and existence is now available.
I love all of it.
24/7. Something that never
love is all there
existed
is.
before 20 years ago. Which means
I love all of you.
To stay mired in nostalgia for the things you love.
Are you gay? I love you. Are you straight? I love you. Are you a girl? I love you. Are you black? I love you. Are you Mexican? I love you. Are you Venezuelan? I love you. Especially love you after what my country has said about you in the last year. I don't care who you are. I love you. I don't care who you are. You can be trans. Hey, are you trans? I love you. I love you. And I actually really mean this. Like, hey, are you trans? And I love you. I want you to be a member of my community and all this stuff. I just don't see love thy neighbors in my fellow Americans. I just don't see it anymore. I see some kind of twisted, what does she call it? It's Christo-fascist. Christo-fascists. Remember when the Christo-fascists took over 9/11? Seems to keep coming up.
Loved as a kid, because they're always there for you. They never went away.
Remember when the Christo-fascists caused 9/11? I do. Pepperidge Farm remembers. Everything is shit.
You want to see that episode of Next Generation where Beverly Crusher fucks a ghost?
Yes, I do.
You can, right?
You can. I remember that. Yes, I do. I remember that. It's a holodeck episode. Boy, they got crazy fast and loose with those holodeck episodes. Data playing cards with Picard in like 1880s era France and shit like this, or 1930s jazz London or whatever it was, jazz in San Francisco. It was just insane. Like, yeah, those holodeck episodes that kind of got out of hand. Everybody wanted to fuck Will Riker. Man, the sexual tension in that show was fucking palpable. Everybody wanted to fuck Jordy.
Now in HD. Remember Lost?
You couldn't see it coming.
I do. You don't have to remember it at all, though. You can just go watch it again.
I can go watch it again.
When you think about it, how could modern TV and movies
ever compete? Yeah.
It's hard to be gassed up
Can't
about
we
the
get some
40
new
episodes
shit?
of Stranger Things being spread out over 10 fucking years when you can pop on Supernatural. A show that made 20 plus episodes a season for 15 goddamn seasons.
And all of them sucked. All of them sucked. Suck.
They made 86 new episodes since Stranger Things' first debut. Check out this podcast, they talk about it.
Wow.
It's not bad that we have this. It's probably good that we now have all of human knowledge available to all of us, including the complete works of Shakespeare and also that one episode of Briscoe County Jr.
Oh, yeah.
Bates Motel.
Yeah, I do. I remember that one. Briscoe County Jr. sucked dick. That fucking show was so fucking horrible. It was like, oh god, Briscoe came on. Turn it off.
The problem
yeah, for some reason. I mean, that's Briscoe County, though. That's who they were. They were fucking morons. Like you want to know how we got, what's that Will Smith movie? Wild Wild West? It's Briscoe County. So dumb. Television is so dumb sometimes. It really is. It will do anything for money. Anything. I'm gonna roll up like a ball, like a roly-poly, right to this guy's feet. These guys' feet. And I'm going to shoot them. Right in their feet. Or whatever this guy is. He's higher. I'm gonna go to whoever's higher. Always kill the higher threat. Whoever's higher than me, they need to die. I have to be highest. I'm always highest of all these people. Where is he? Show your face, Fink. Ah! What's going on? I don't think I'm going to tell them I'm coming. Oh, yes I am. Oh. Where were you? Were you right there? No, you weren't right there. You're right there. Yeah, what's up, bitch? Oh, where are you? Fuck was this? What was this? Oh god. Thank you. Give me this thing. Yeah, I'll use it. This other guy didn't want none. But he's gonna have some. He didn't want none, but I'm gonna give him some. Oh. Oh, this is so dumb. What am I doing? What am I doing? I'm asking for death. What am I doing? Yeah, I'm gonna scare you, bitch. Yep. Oh, I'm coming for you. Yep. If I get in there, it's curtains for you. What's up, bitch? Did you go up? Oh, yes, you did. No, you didn't. Where'd you go? Ah, you're so annoying. Fucking stupid dude. I will blast you with this fucking shotgun and then just bounce. I'll just bounce. Okay. Oh! Oh! What was this? Oh! Oh! Right in his face! No damage! I'm sorry! I'm sorry, brother. This moment of silence is for you. Pour out a little liquor. I'm sorry. Right in his fucking face. No damage. I took no damage. Right in his face, bitch. Right in his face. Scare the shit out of him. Scare the shit out of me. Right in his face. Okay. I love killing anonymous people. It's so fun. I scared the shit out of him. He scared the shit out of me. But I mean, I actually shot him with a shotgun point blank in his face. Okay, so yeah, it's good. I mean, it's good enough. Yeah, it's good enough. We could do with it. We could do with it. We could do better. Go over there. That thing probably is good. Might be a helicopter up there.
Is that culture is meant to be iterative. Just like anything else, it should evolve and build on itself. Indiana Jones was just George Lucas and Steven Spielberg doing their version of the adventure serials they watched as kids.
Yep.
Star Wars was what George Lucas settled on making after he couldn't get the rights to do Flash Gordon. And then both of those movies became genres
I love
unto
Flash
themselves, inspiring further iterations of the same concepts like National Treasure, The Fifth Element, Firefly, The Mummy, Crawl,
National
etc.
Treasure, all the other
late
shitty
70s
movies.
and early 80s were dominated by sci-fi fantasy films, all trying to replicate the success of Star Wars. But after a while, pop culture moved on to the next thing. Talking babies.
Talking
we didn't stay
babies.
Stuck in 15 years of
Oh
Star
man,
Wars
we really did
sequels,
care about
spin-offs, and
that. We needed
reboots.
the babies to
Art
talk
has
in the
always
80s.
used nostalgia as a source of inspiration.
Boy, the babies needed to talk in the 80s. The babies needed to talk in the 80s. The babies needed to talk in the 80s.
But when nostalgia is the only inspiration, you're just reheating the same old socks. It's like a time loop, like that Star Trek episode where Picard meets another version of himself that's stuck in this time loop and too hyper-focused to realize it. Yes, they brought back Data and the Enterprise D despite both of those things having exploded. They even brought back Professor Moriarty from those goddamn holodeck episodes.
They did.
Everyone cheer for
Fucking
Professor
terrible.
Moriarty. I
Fucking
remember
terrible.
that. Look, even without digging into
Terrible.
the psychology of it all, a society whose culture is stuck in an infinite loop simply can't be good, right? Like, just stepping back from that. Imagine an episode of Star Trek, or Star Trek Picard, where they land on a planet where everyone is just telling the same handful of stories over and over and over.
Or Star Trek
You would
Picard.
instinctively know that such a thing would have deep repercussions spanning far outside of entertainment. It can't be good, right? To be stuck in the same place culturally for decades with no end in sight.
Nope.
Shoot, there's a name for that. A specific name
Stagnant.
for a period of cultural backsliding. It's right on the dark of my ages, but I can't quite dark ages it.
Dark Ages.
It'll dark ages to me. Oh, remember Dark Forces? Ooh, you don't have to. It's on Steam.
I do.
You can play it. You can play it with the
You don't
Rise of
have
the
to.
Triad and Commander Keen and all the other
Why?
shit you loved.
No.
Again,
No, thank you.
that's not bad,
It's
but
not good.
stagnation and regression are bad. It's why I said that nostalgia was dead at the start of this. Remember that? Everything we ever loved is either still available to us or never ended. And that's new and weird. A good example of this is The Simpsons. We love The Simpsons. We
I
all
do.
go
I love
rewatch
The
good
Simpsons.
seasons because they are all still available.
3
and
through
also
7.
new episodes because it's
No, 3
still
through
on.
8. 3 through
We
8.
refuse to let The Simpsons end.
3
It is
through
the
8.
longest running primetime
3 through
scripted
10.
TV
3 through
series
10.
ever. It has been on for 36 years.
And it hasn't been
And what
good for
makes
the
it
last
so
29.
weird is that it's the perfect metaphor for our cultural stagnation because no one on the show is allowed to age. That's unique. There are a lot of soap operas and game shows that have run for longer than The Simpsons. But as a cartoon, everyone stays immortal. It had to rewrite its own history half a dozen times because of that. Marge and Homer originally met in 1974, which would put Marge in her 70s and Homer at least 11 years in the grave. For them to still be in their mid-30s in 2025 at the time of this recording, they would have had to have been in high school in 2008. Their first date was probably going to see Iron Man. The show has had to change Homer and Marge's memories and backstories so many times, they're completely different characters. Here's a clip of a recent flashback episode.
It all began 6 years ago.
So, 6 years earlier in the show, Bart and Lisa, the ones that exist today, grew up in the 2010s. If you're curious, the first Clown Bed episode was from Lisa's first word, which was a flashback to 1983. So 1983 is now 6 years ago, except that episode I just showed you was from 2015, 10 years ago. I know this is an animated comedy show, and time doesn't matter, and most of these shows do this, but it's still very surreal when you've been alive for the entire show. It's like a Twilight Zone episode where this family is all stuck in this one moment of time. The nostalgia of a single 71-year-old man.
The timeline of The Simpsons is like a mind. Like the timeline, how incredibly bad the timeline for The Simpsons is actually kind of like a mind fuck that you could write like a Frederick Newson thing about how like they think that they're in 1996 or something like that, but it's actually 2015, and they ignore the fact that it's 2015, but they bring on all these crazy artists from 2015, and it's actually really weird. It's like fucking weird. You could write a weird like break from reality show about this, like a Coffee and Cults episode, because it's like, you know, these things are weird. The timelines that they do for television shows are a mindfuck in and of themselves, and they're fairly tight too. They stay to it. They actually follow this stuff. I haven't seen anybody in so long. This game is like a struggle in finding someone else now, which it didn't used to feel like that. Did they narrow it down to like 50 people? Because it used to be like really common to see a lot of people, but like now, I don't know. I move across the whole island, I don't see anybody at all. This seems like a good place to stop, I guess, sort of. I've got to piss. I'll be right back, guys. I doubt anybody will find me here. I don't think anybody's here.
Of their voices. Again, other shows are like this too, but when it starts to span decades, it starts to feel more and more like Groundhog Day. Remember Groundhog Day? We only see the suicides he does in that. But there were murders. You know there were murders. This is all just another now old-ass movie, Multiplicity. It's a copy of a copy of a copy. That AI video of The Rock, the voices of Marge and Homer aging while their bodies stay the same. This is all to say that we've created this ideal environment to toxify our nostalgia. We have unreliable memories that naturally cherry-pick the pleasant emotions over the negative ones. Then there's this unprecedented access to old pop culture, these fake and rosy versions of the past that we can recall crystal clear. So it's no wonder people will start glorifying the past, even pasts that people weren't born or sentient in. And then you add trauma to it. Research has found that nostalgia can be a regulatory response to help get you through a difficult period. such as going through a bad breakup or returning home from Jurassic World 4. That's why we all turn to our old favorite shows and movies to slog through lockdown. Of course I checked in with Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman. She's all alone on the frontier. But even though psychologists recognize the benefits it can provide, they also stress that you can't stay mired in nostalgia for too long because regressing to the past is just avoidance. While some level of avoidance is okay and even necessary in extremely traumatic situations, avoidance is also what keeps you trapped in that trauma reaction, unable to heal and move forward. I'm so sorry I have to do this. I really am. Please forgive me, but there's an episode of Star Trek Deep Space Nine, literally about this.
Oh my
It's where
God.
Nog, that's Quark's nephew or Rom's
Nope.
son. Quark's
Nope.
nephew or Rom's son, I don't know. He becomes a member of Starfleet, I guess. He might even be the first Ferengi to do so. I'll have to look into it. And Nog goes to war, like a really fucked up and messed up war. And during his time at war, he keeps listening to a cover of the song "I'll Be Seeing You," sung by their holodeck lounge singer Vic Fontaine. Don't worry about it. The holodeck is like a big video game. Nog then injures his leg during the war, comes home, and retreats into the holodeck and becomes roommates with Vic Fontaine, demanding to hear that song "I'll Be Seeing You" over and over. He regresses into this weird fake 1960s Las Vegas simulation because of his trauma in the war. And at first, everyone lets it happen, until they realize that Nog isn't healing. His leg still hurts. He can't get over the war because he's just stuck in this fake little nostalgia world running a nightclub with Vic, who kind of becomes self-aware during this time. Don't worry.
Oh! What? Okay. I should have hammered him. I thought I could get him. I was waiting for him. How did you hit me from behind that tree? I couldn't hit you. How could you hit me? I've got a sniper rifle. That's a piece of shit software developer problem. I couldn't see you. Why should you be able to see me? Like, I don't really get that. Whatever.
About it. They devoted like 7 goddamn episodes to Vic for some reason, including a heist episode where, interestingly enough, Captain Sisko points out that the era everyone is getting nostalgic for was extremely racist, and it's weird and wrong to treat it so fondly.
Las Vegas, 1962, that's my problem. In 1962, black people weren't very welcome there.
You have to remember the reality of that time, and you can't get lost in it. In this case, literally in it via holodeck. And so, here we are in our terrible future present being fed slop AI videos like this.
You know the 80s miss you, right?
Let me guess, no one even talks face to face anymore.
Here? We're out until the streetlights come on. You should stay. The world feels real here.
Kids, the 80s sucked. Nothing looked like that. Everything smelled like cigarette smoke. Blockbuster sucked, you know. They gouged you on late fees and were too expensive. Arcades sucked. The video games sucked. How long do you think you really want to play Galaga? That robot is lying to you. This is toxic nostalgia, creating a false memory and begging you to get lost in it. But you can't. Do not go there. Do not stay. You simply can't dwell in it. It's like the hot tub at a Holiday Inn. It's nice for exactly as long as it takes you to realize that the water feels like soup. It's just a bowl of strangers brought to a light boil. In many ways, nostalgia is exactly like a cummy old jacuzzi. You always remember it being a way better time than it actually was, and if you stay in it too long, you become deluded and cummy. And speaking of cummy old soup, we're gonna finally talk about Cracker Barrel changing their logo, and a bunch of right-wing weirdos freaking out about it, and also the one Democratic Party account trying to score culture war points against people who hate them. Great job, guys. Now, this might not seem as important as, say, the president having ties to a child sex trafficker, but hear me out. Because it's not just that Cracker Barrel changed their logo and people got mildly upset. I mean, the old new logo did look worse than the new old logo. If people just went online and pointed that out, made a few jokes or whatever, who cares? But the freak out over Cracker Barrel really illustrates the rock bottom of toxic nostalgia and where it all heads. Because the specific accusation from some conservatives was that this brand change was woke. Here's known idiot Chris Rufo going off on the wokeification of the new logo and waging like a holy war against Cracker Barrel. But when you think about it, you know, hey, hi. What? I'm sorry, I keep staring at the new logo and looking for the woke. And then looking at the old logo and trying to find the non-woke that was removed. Is it the barrel or the cracker? Was that honky some kind of Civil War general? Can an expert on wokeness please explain to me what the big problem is?
It's a bad move. It's a very bad move. It is getting rid of historic IP in favor of something absolutely and ridiculously generic.
Oh, okay. I guess I see what that child is saying. Like, if something is historic, like a restaurant that I assume has deep historical roots in our country, it's a bad move to erase that rich history. Still not seeing how it's woke, but go on.
So, when it first opened in 1969, apparently Cracker Barrel had a logo with just text. In 1977, it updated its logo to have that dude who is resting by the barrel.
I'm sorry, Ben, did you say 1977? Right, so this historical IP, as he put it, is as old as Sarah Michelle Gellar. Even Cracker Barrel itself wasn't created until 1969. More specifically, it was invented by a Shell oil middle manager who wanted to sell more gas. That's it, buddy. That historic logo was created by a graphic artist named Bill Hawley who designed it on a napkin. The man in that logo, the one that this Steak and Shake tweet is treating like the image of Jesus Christ, he's nobody. It's Ronald fucking McDonald. It's a hollow corporate entity for families to stop at on their way to Yellowstone National Park. And changing that is, according to some conservatives, woke. They're freaking out over a corporate logo, not even an old one, that they are treating like a piece of American history. And that's the final piece of this. Almost everything we're nostalgic for came about no differently than this one chain restaurant logo. There's a whole show about this starring the guy from 30 Rock. This romantic idea of a golden age America where folks treated each other better is almost
Third Rock from the
fabricated.
Sun.
After all, we aren't feeling nostalgia for history textbooks. We're feeling nostalgia for movies and TV and advertisements. Fake reality.
Teddy told me that in Greek, nostalgia literally means the pain in an old wound. Twinge in the heart, far more powerful than memory alone. This device isn't a spaceship. It's a time machine.
In case you haven't seen the show, Don Draper 2 sells himself as this ideal, decent family man, when in reality, he is an alcoholic philanderer. He is an advertisement. It's a great show, you should watch it. And this is actually the case with much of what we consider cornerstones of American culture. The nuclear family, the two-car garage, the doofy hats these freaks love, even the Pledge of Allegiance. All of it was invented by an advertising agency. No, really, the Pledge of Allegiance was a PR stunt. The concept of rugged cowboys, even before the Marlboro Man, was invented, ironically, by Democrats or Dixiecrats or whatever, after the Civil War as something for ex-soldiers to do. You might notice that when Nazis or Dokes or MAGA or whoever post about what they took from us or the good old days, it's usually accompanied by an ad for, like, Super Nintendo.
Oh!
It's madness all the way down. They're furious and they don't know why. Like Don Draper, they're mythologizing the past and faking the present to avoid the future, and the past, I guess. This mythologizing of and reverence for a false past can be very effective, and it can be seen in the Trump administration's taking over of the Smithsonian and the infusion of history he prefers, as well as in Ghostbusters Afterlife. In that film, the granddaughter of Egon Spangler goes into his old secret basement, and we see the dusty bathroom. Oh, we see the proton packs, all of our favorite memories. The music swells. We have so many emotions. Oh, look, the original suit. And what's that in the pocket?
Your penis.
Cheer at the candy bar? What is that referencing?
Again, I'm going to take back some of the things I said about you. You've earned it.
Oh, it's a throwaway joke in like the first 10 minutes of the first movie about Bill Murray's character being kind of a sarcastic dickhead. Also, as you might notice, it's just product placement, which is throughout the original film. Nostalgia for product placement.
Sorry guys, I had to unmute.
Model. So turn your big business idea into with Shopify on your side. Sign up for.
Shot about 400 rounds there, and I hit a whole bunch of shots. It was fun. Trying to just train my accuracy so I'm better. What was that? Oh! I love that gun. I love the way it sounds. This guy had a fuck ton of loot. There's... Oh, I fell because of the car. Fucking so dumb. Wasted my time here. So annoying. I should switch out for that gun up top, but I like this gun. It actually really works. What do you have? I mean, that's better than this, probably. Yeah. That's probably better than this. This is probably better than that. That one better than this one. Oh, there's somebody who thinks he can do better than me. He can't. He's not gonna know. He's not gonna know where I came from. Where it came from. Haha. Yeah, come to me, bitch. What's that? Ooh, what was that? Ooh. What the fuck was that? He like fired another one. Yeah, push me again, bitch. Bye. He's tracking me again. You moron. I get away. What's that thing? Why is it burning? While they're busy, I'm just gonna escape. No, that's probably better than that because I have no ammo. I mean, I don't know. Those fucking idiots. What was that? Fuck was this guy at? I saw someone there. Ooh. Ooh. Nice.